Guess who's back? Back for another week. Hello everyone, hope you're having a good day. I made some positive changes from the last stream. I added a pop-up window that should show every, I believe it was 8 minutes. Yes, it should be 8 minutes to notify you to subscribe. I have about 8 different pop-ups, so it should be somewhat unique, eventually repetitive, but it is what it is. 8 different pop-ups, to kinda hint you to subscribe on the YouTube channel. I should probably change the wording actually right now on YouTube. There you go. Hopefully it saves itself, because it did not last time. Oh. Hope it does. I'm gonna now go right to the scene. Yes, there we go. I'm gonna be talking, so first up we got the obligatory, and you should see it right now. Yes, perfect, you can see it. I got 7 more of these, some of them are a little bit, how you would say it, a little bit thirsty, like 2 of them. Well, depends which way you swing. Obviously, if you swing both ways, then both of them are thirsty. If you swing on the male part, then only one of them. And if you swing on the female, well, on anime female to be more specific side, then one is also thirsty for you. I don't think I'll be adding any more sexual stuff there, cause hey, I'm a liberal. However, hey, it's not good for you. Although I'm not going to condemn you, as long as you don't live in the illusion that it's healthy. So, now that you see my new feature to the stream, we can move on. We got the YouTube channel, VODs channel, we got 114 videos on the YouTube channel, doing pretty good. The subs numbers are not doing too well, therefore I found a way to introduce a change that should or could help us get new subscribers to hint you to subscribe. It's not too annoying, like once per every 8 minutes, it's not that big of a deal. It will always show even if I'm playing a game. So, I mean, yeah, some might find it annoying, however, it's necessary, because if you do not tell people to like and subscribe, they won't do it. Well, some of them won't do it. So you have to kick them in the ass. Yeah, YouTube channel, VODs channel. We've been uploading some VODs for a while now. Most of them don't get any views. It is what it is. I don't expect them to get views, at least now. If we're ever gonna grow up, then I believe there will be some views coming into the VODs channel, but for now, I don't really mind. As I said, I mostly post them because of transparency. I also want you to see just that how those videos I make look in the original state, that I cut out a lot of silent moments, just me being silent for like half a second, so I cut it out to not interrupt the VOD video. Also, there are some articles I do not post as videos. Could be because they are a little bit more on a controversial and more on a ranting scale. However, they're also pretty good. I think they're quite decent, and I want to motivate you to watch these VODs one day. So now, however, It's the start of the new week, and we're gonna now once again continue with something we've been doing in the beginnings. We're gonna do a month recap. So I'm gonna turn off the Windows capture. There you go. And now we're gonna go right to the. I'm gonna actually refresh it for you so we have the most up to date. So at a start, we have not done any recap for a while, so let's go from the first video in July. So AFD politician convicted of using the World War II Germany's SA stormtroopers, what was it, slogan, 49 views, pretty decent, nobody liked unfortunately. Every video has one like, that is from my VOD channel. Yes, I like my own videos, how scandalous. So yeah, 49 views, pretty good, pretty decent. Then we got Rassemblement National wins the election first round, 12 views. Sometimes it gets a view once in a while now. So it may go up, we'll see. So it's alright, I guess. Nothing special. What failed was the Ukraine starts recruiting prisoners to bolster the war effort. This video was about Ukraine wanting to recruit some prisoners. I believe it was up to 4,000 prisoners, so of course I used the opportunity and did a Soviet thumbnail. Pino Battalion intensifies. Unfortunately, nobody clicked on it, and if we look at the analytics, the reach, YouTube has not been recommending it at all, so it's dead video, it's in the mud. What, however, succeeded, and it's a low-key banger, was Shaq wants some of that Hawk to, or however you pronounce it, and how to get away from black people. Twitter Bazaar. Twitter Bazaar succeeded, 5 likes, 1 dislike, and if we look at the reach, it got 4.4k impressions, 1.7% click-through rate. It's alright. It's a little bit disappointment. As always, I want the click-through rate to be at least 2.1%. However, views-wise, it was a good video, so I cannot complain. What also succeeded was the reform members drop like flies after not the allegations of racism, LMAO. I have to add that of racism, LMAO, because I believe people would think I was just referring to allegations against her that they were doing something naughty to her. Okay, so I added that, so it was 1 like, 2 dislikes, it is what it is, I don't really care. I also believe that I uploaded one video about the resort though, I could swear. Maybe I'm missing it, but whatever. So yeah, this video, sometimes it gets some views, 2.3 click to play, 2.3% ideal. I don't have any complaints. I wish it got some likes, but hey, it is what it is. We all have to start somewhere. What completely failed, and I'm surprised it failed so much, is Biden campaign raises even more money to distract from senile grandpa. I'm actually very surprised that it has not got any views, like any at all. Well, it got 1 view, because like 2 days afterwards somebody actually watched it, but yeah, completed that. YouTube has not recommended at all. I don't know why. I'm very sad, because hey, I'm very sad when YouTube does not recommend these videos. What succeeded was the Netflix live action One Piece Season 2 is being produced. I got 1 dislike from one guy that actually I think commented. I think it was from that guy who commented. He was saying basically that there are some, silent spots and it's not the most professional. To what to which I oppose that this is a live stream. It's from live stream, so obviously there are going to be silent spots, as well as I'm an introvert and I'm trying to relearn how to speak properly and how to once again be more confident. So yeah, this is part of the progress. Otherwise, what was the quick to rate? Once again, 2.2%, so I guess that was good enough. Okay video, unfortunately. Hey, I wish the likes would be higher, cause hey, One Piece Season 2, I wasn't any critical, I was saying that this Season 1 was very good. Definitely, I did not have much expectation and it surpassed everything I expected. And the only criticism I had was that the Navy played much bigger role than in the anime and probably in the manga, which I can understand because they had so little episodes, and I also said I hope they're gonna have more episodes in the season 2, like at least 13. What completely failed and nobody looked at it was antidepressants could cause you weight gain. This is about mental health. Nobody's interested about mental health. It is what it is. YouTube also did not recommend it. It's sad. It's a long video to be honest, but hey, I will always publish videos like this because I think it's some of you might find the value in it, even though the masses might not watch it because it's too long. But I think videos like this can definitely provide some sort of value to you. What is doing somewhat interesting is the Sweden to pay grandparents for grandchildren care. But I am saying it like that because this video is getting continuous views. It's not getting many views, however it's getting views almost every day. Like somebody clicks on it and watches it. Even now today in between 11 and 12 a.m. somebody watched it. Unfortunately, they are not watching it all. Sad, but hey. The average view duration 8 seconds is very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate nobody watches it. Impressions click to rate is very good though, 8.9%, so it's only sad that nobody cares to watch it. I'm just gonna check something and everything is good. Yes, everything is good. I hope that the lower third or the OBS thingy is working as intended. I'm gonna check it because once a while, guys, I don't want it to be stuck on only one animation. Hopefully it is not. If somebody joins the chat, then he can tell me. I'm gonna also keep an eye on it. What failed is Disney purposefully hiring people of certain colors. Yes, good morning. I did an adventure to the right-wing media, and this was an article I found, so I did a video on it, or I reacted on the stream on it. 13 impressions, nobody clicked on it. This is only from my watch channel. I always watch it like 10%. Like a little bit above average what people usually watch my videos, so yeah, complete fail. What also failed was another video or the episode of the Twitter Bizarre. An idiot bans Quran, how to deal with polluters. Again, there was a video that was staged with somebody, throwing trash into somebody's car. And it also, somebody burned Quran on a public place, cause I don't know, cause burning books is cool, right? Yeah, an idiot. Copyright claim cause there was music that is not permitted in certain countries, so this video got banned in, I believe, Belarus and Russia. maybe even somewhere else. Oh, I actually made a video. Also, we're gonna get there eventually. So what also failed, however, it gets views once in a... No, it actually failed completely. Was the Greece tour out a 30-hour work weeks. Nobody was very much interested. However, the watch time was pretty good actually. People seem to have okay. The click to it is abysmal, so I mean YouTube gave it a chance at least. Somebody watched it all but did not like or disliked. Orban visits Putin for a directed for his EU presidency. 50-50, 37 views, a pretty good video, pretty successful. Let's see, the click-through rate was about 0.8%, so yeah, I mean YouTube gave it a good chance. I'm gonna give it to YouTube. They gave it a chance. The click-through rate was simply abysmal, so yeah, it got X. The average view duration was pretty decent, although it's a 16-minute video, so I mean, if it's at least 10% of the video view, then I'm gonna say it's a success for now, because hey, we don't have many subscribers and people are just watching this out of their free time. What was a decent success was Dino Fresh is elected on his 7th day. Somebody was angry that I was talking about Dino Fresh this way. That I was mocking him, or that people are mocking him. Well, he's been in politics for like 20 plus years. He's like 60 something. He's like 60 years old now. So he's gonna be around probably 65 years old by the time of his next election. He's going to be old, and frankly, like if UK wants to have reform, then they should be looking for somebody younger. Like, because this guy has been in the game for like 20 plus years, and yeah, he should retire. It got some views very early in its first day, then it got some more views in like between the second and third day. So YouTube let it out of the prison twice. 1.5% click-through rate is not ideal. However, it's alright. I mean, it's pretty decent. Much better than the previous video with 0.8, or what was it? What succeeded was the French reminds you your votes are equal in the Western democracies. RN gains 4% from first round. This was a long video about RN getting 37% of the popular vote and how the mainstream media pretty much ignored it, even though that should be alarming that for them if they were, you know, saying that RN is very bad for you, so they should be alarmed by that. But no, the left wing won. They ended up third in mandates, although they had the most popular vote. So yeah, democracy at its finest. 1.3% click-through rate is not good. YouTube definitely recommended it a lot. However, yeah, 1.3% click-through rate is not the best. 1 minute 29 seconds average view duration, also not the most ideal considering how long is this video, but it is what it is. Former Obama strategist Axel says Biden is not winning this race. This was about a form. Well, you heard the title, that he put his own two beans to the discussion. Very dead failure. Although the click-through rate is pretty good though. The click-through rate was even much better when this video launched. It was probably like 2.6, 2.7%, but YouTube is simply not letting it out of the prison, so that's unfortunate. Date brothers set to roam freely in the EU. Somebody did not like me talking about date brothers. However, he or she did not dislike the video, so hey. Oh yeah, he actually told me that I sound like I have an autism badge. Yeah, thank you, fuck you too. No, fuck you. Yeah, this got a lot of impressions initially, the click-through rate was pretty poor. Overall, this video is a success though, view-wise. What, however, succeeded after a average, mediocre start, pretty average start. Well, actually pretty good start. Hey, in the first 24 hours, 13 views is decent. It was the Melanchthon party. Friends Unbound wants to introduce the 90% tax for the rich after winning the elections. Well, the video has died now. It's dead. However, we got one subscriber from this, 311 views, so that's a banger. 5.1 hours watch time, very good. Click-through rate also 3.3%, very good, above average, very, very good. As you can see, just actually was getting a lot of views there, even despite the low impressions click-through rate. However, YouTube here put it in the prison, so it's dead on arrival. Maybe YouTube is going to let it out of prison like sometimes later, maybe in like 60 days, but for now it's dead. However, hey, it reached the banger status. Next up, we got a pretty decent video. NASA could complete a 1-year mission in a simulated Mars environment. This video is still getting views every once in a while, so I'm happy about that. Some people are interested enough to click on this. The click-through rate is abysmal, 1%, not ideal. The engagement rate, it's almost 10% of the video viewed on average, so pretty good, I guess. Pretty decent. Somebody watched almost the entire thing, so hey, that's good. And that's everything I wanted to say about it. It's pretty decent, and maybe it's going to get more views. What failed was the Earth keeps on warming at a record pace. They did, yeah, YouTube was not recommending it, so hey, somebody clicked on it. The average engagement, yeah, 1 minute, that's not representative of anything. Unfortunately, this was a major fail. Here we got how would Greta Thunberg as a Reddit moderator, the beginnings of Skynet. So yeah, this video was a massive success, a great banger. There were some dislikes, probably some people who beat their meats to Greta. I don't know, I mean, hey, anything is possible. As you can see, it was doing, yeah, even in the first 24 hours, it got 56 views, so it was a banger in the first day. And it still keeps on getting more views as we speak. The watch time, it's a very short video, it's only 6 minutes, so the average view duration is not 10 minutes, it's not above 1 minute, so I'm gonna call it a little bit fail on this side. However, impressions click-through rate is 5.4%, so that's extremely good, and I'm very happy. The impressions total is 6.4k, so that's also pretty decent. So hey, this video also pretty damn good. Average percentage is view 11.9. How do they count it? Because that's not, well, whatever. Oh no, wait, a minute has 60 seconds, so I'm gonna do math. Is 360 seconds. Oh yeah, so yeah, it's actually above 10% because please don't ask me why did I think a minute has 100 seconds. Please don't. Thank you. You're a great chat. Great that chat. End screen element quick rate. How would... Oh, this was actually... People were actually clicking it on the end screen. Interesting. Oh, they were... No, they were clicking the end screen. So 4% of people actually clicked. And almost 11%, 12% here. So, hey, about 30 viewers were still watching even here. So that's pretty good. Yeah, it's like, obviously this is still quite low. However, hey, 8%, 10% from like 400, from 470 people. That's pretty decent, hey, that's very decent for someone who isn't really any brand. We got some comments here. Oh yeah, this thing as well. You talk like you're a massive mouthful of food, my guy. Captions, for the love of God, captions. Yeah, this is not a great... this is not a great... How to say it? How would you say it? Fuck's sake, I forgot the word. This is not the best... this is not the greatest choice of wording for you to actually get captions or subtitles to the videos, so... Okay, I just noticed that it seems to be stuck on the first one, so I'm gonna do this. And now it should be able to move, so... Okay, so it should be now moving. The subscribe it's free should be now moving now with the animations. Hopefully it is. I'm gonna check it afterwards, but for now we got a recap. The recap is pretty damn long, but hey, we are covering in almost half a month. Toxic metals found in most brand and supermarket tampons. Nobody cared. Very unfortunate. 69 impressions, so that's better than most of these one view videos, but hey, nobody cares. I mean, I did it because to raise awareness, if anything. So that's... Somebody might click on it and learn something new. I wasn't putting in any much of my own input because I do not know about most of this stuff. However, I want to have it included because hey, I want to help raise awareness. What is a colossal banger, however, and I'm very surprised because I did not expect this video to do nowhere near this good. Like, I might have expected to get like 60 views. However, this video is still getting more and more views as we speak. 17 likes or 16 likes if you exclude from my VOD's channel. 914 views. Democratic Socialists got the endorsement of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yep, the video about the Democratic Socialists getting this endorsement because AOC invited members of some Jewish Congress, or what was it? Already, even when it dropped, in the first 3 hours, it got 59 views. Then it got, well, I would say it got quiet, but no, it got, in the first 24 hours, it earned almost 364 views in 24 hours. That is unprecedented. And in its second day, 938 views. Which means a new video dropped just about half an hour ago. This is unprecedented success. Like, this is it has a lot of likes, a lot of watch time. Like, this is the banger. This is the best banger I've ever had on this channel, which I've been only doing for 2 months. Well, actually, it's not the best banger. One banger still surpasses this video by 1.5k. However, I privated that video because It's from my former saga of YouTube where I was mostly oriented on the Mobile Legends stuff, and I wanted to have it privated because I knew YouTube algorithm would not like me just switching the topics and having, Mobile Legends video in the past. So I did this mostly so the YouTube algorithm just grasps hold of what I want to do and it recommends me to people. Or at least that was my plan. So reach 6.4 click-through rate, 6.44%. Banger. That is an absolute banger. Almost 12k impressions. Probably one of the best, if not the best videos, impressions on video. Maybe I have some videos with more impressions, but this is the absolutely best click-through rate on any of the big videos I have. 947 views, only 247 per unique, which is a bit surprising. Maybe it's going to change as the data is processed, I don't know. So average view duration is 9.2%. It did not hit the 10%, however people like it. People seem to like it a lot. However, not many people actually watch the whole video, which is unfortunate, but hey, it has a lot of likes, so I am willing to look elsewhere. Yeah, end screen click rate, unfortunately not a lot, so only like 10 or 20 people were watching at the end, which is... it's not the best, but hey. It is possible that most of these people that were watching at the end had liked this video, so hey, I thank you. And 15 hours of watch time, very good. And I think if this video does not get thrown into the jail, I think this video still has a potential to get even more views, so hey, hope it keeps going. It seems we did not get any subscribers from this, which is very unfortunate. This is also why I introduced the subscribe, it's free pop-up in my bottom left corner to actually motivate people to actually give it a sub. It should play only once, maybe maximum twice per video. For these videos, like if the pop-up appears in the first minute, then it's going to appear in the 9th minute, and etc, etc. So yeah, mega giga banger, the best video I've put out since my resurrection of this channel by far. If it's going to get 25 likes, 26 likes, it's going to... I'm gonna show you right away. It's going to even beat the video I posted 2 years ago when I was doing Mobile Legends stuff that got 25 likes. However, it got 0 dislikes. I'm gonna take a look on this actually. 16 point... Okay, so the Microsoft video has more impressions. And the Twitter idiot, I think it has less impressions, but much better click-through rate, so... Yeah. Oh yeah, I published the Denmark to implement a climate change animal farting tax. Hopefully this video goes off. This is quite interesting thumbnail and also quite interesting topic, so maybe people will watch it and give it some likes. Then we got UN bonds Russia to give Zaporozhye nuclear plant back to Ukraine. An assassination attempt on Donald Trump. This did not get as many views as I would like. However, it was in the prison for about 5 hours before it started getting impressions. It's 1.9% click-through rate, not the best. I would expect much better, however, it might still go off, we'll see. It's still relatively hot team. We'll see. We'll see, so yeah. And that's about it, that's the entire catch-up. I mean, I'm very happy. Great banger. Unfortunately, it did not get translated into subscribers. Unfortunate, but we'll keep working hard. Still, I'm gonna be streaming or producing content for at least 15 more days. We'll see how it turns out. Hopefully we're gonna get at least one more bangers, and with the notification with the pop-ups, hopefully it's going to go translate into some subscribers. So yeah, that's everything I wanted to talk about. Also here, in the last 48 hours, we got 1600 views. That is a massive number. You can see the what videos were doing very well. The Melanchon is dead, but the Greta and the AOC is still getting views. The AMP is actually getting more views as we speak, so there's still possibility that this video is going to go live. Hopefully it does. And some other videos who seem to be getting also some views, even videos from like last month. There you go, the Sony FPS game cases. Then we got how to not be a football fan, and Vladimir Putin visits North Korea, and even Biden versus Democrats is quite popular these days for some reason. So yeah, even some older videos are getting traction. I'm very happy with that, and that's everything I wanted to cover. We can now, yes, we got 48 subscribers, so we are climbing up slow and steady, I guess. So instead we'll see how much it goes up. And we can go to the articles. I'm gonna take a sip of water and we can get straight into this. And yes, you've already seen the new subscribe, it's free, so I'm very happy about that. Oh, I think I know why it's only showing it's free and not on YouTube, because I already saved it as it's free, so even if I try to edit it, if I actually try to edit it, it means that it's going to be staying on the one pop-up, so yeah, that was my mistake, but now you're gonna be seeing all of these pop-ups, so yeah. I'm muting myself. Okay. Should be better. I was talking for quite a bit, so my throat is a little bit ouchy. Oh yeah, I'm gonna change the screen before I forget about it. There we go. Now it looks much better. Well, not much better, it actually looks worse, but I don't want you to see what I have up there. I mean, you could see how just, articles and stuff, but I want to have it this way so you are not distracted. So we got... Sorry about that. We got Biden makes primetime plea to cool it down after Trump shooting, yes. As you all know, there was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Fortunately, the shooter missed barely by an inch, and Trump avoided death very luckily when he turned his head. So only his ear got grazed. That was very lucky that he survived that. Yeah, a matter of milliseconds saved him. There are still rumors that people are allegedly telling the police officers there or the secret services that there is somebody suspicious there. Well, it's still not confirmed whether there were actually. And if there was people actually, so if you saw somebody suspicious going in with their weapon, then, well, it would be just better to go and confront him directly. Because, I mean, Yes, I understand if you're probably scared that you're gonna get hit. However, if you go there in a group, then I mean, if he opens fire, then well, he's dead. Like if he opens fire, then he's going to die. And if you're going there en masse, it's going to be a psychological thingy, alright? Like if he's going to see that suddenly 30 people are going up against him, like he's going to panic. He's going to panic, and either he's going to try shoot you, which I don't think he would do. He would probably try to escape, so you would pacify him. Or he's going to just go and start aiming on Trump randomly, miss his shot, and he's going to annihilate it. But like if the people were actually telling the secret services that there was somebody suspicious, then that's a failure of the secret services, as they did not have covered the perimeter. They did not cover the buildings. That was a failure on the security side then. And the shooters, the snipers, were looking for threats from far wider areas, obviously, because that rifle they had, the sniper rifle that is meant to shoot down any people from hundreds of meters away, like 500 meters upwards and onwards. So they were searching for threats in a longer range than in like this sudden distance, because like they probably anticipated that people, the secret services would have it covered, but it seems they did not, and that happened. And somebody died because of that error. Like, do not forget, somebody actually died. And 3 were wounded. So, President Biden on Sunday night made a primetime plea to lower the temperature in American politics after a gunman shot at former President Trump at a rally the day prior. The political rhetoric in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down, Biden said in remarks in the Oval Office. This places an added burden on all of us, no matter how strong our convictions. We must never descend into violence, yes. As I said, it was very lucky that he turned his head, that he actually turned his head. If he did not, he would have been shot into the brain, and he would have most likely died, because like, he would be shot in a very unfortunate place, or he would be permanently damaged, and he would be in coma-like state. And if he would die, then, well, I don't want to think about what would happen if he would die. The only thing I'm gonna say is one word: murder. Murder. And considering just how much the disinformation and anything is pretty much strong on the social media, people already telling that this guy was at BlackRock, that he donated some non-profit progressive organization, that people would find their justification, and I don't want to talk about this anymore. The president's 7-minute message of unity came after a 20-year-old gunman fired shots at the Trump campaign rally in Pennsylvania, with former President Trump reporting that one bullet grazed his ear. The shooter, identified by the FBI as Thomas Matthew Crooks of Battle Park, Pennsylvania, targeted the rally from a nearby rooftop. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of goals here right now, the most elusive of goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this, Biden said. Let's never lose sight of who we are here at. Biden and Trump spoke on Saturday night and had a good conversation. Biden said earlier on Sunday, after those remarks, Trump posted "Unite America" to his Truth Social account. There is no place in America for this time of violence, for any violence ever, period, no exceptions. We can't allow violence to be normalized, Biden said in the primetime remarks. Unfortunately, looking at the events that are happening in the world, the violence is getting quite normalized, it would seem. There's instances of assaults on the politicians, on the mayors. The only thing you have to do is look, and you'll find. It is definitely, it's the world is getting more and more destabilized and more radical, which is not good. That is not good at all. And if the Western world was to be plunged into the depths of the violence, then it would be GG. GG, well played. Because guess who's waiting for their chances, huh? Guess who's waiting for their chance to become a global hegemon? Yes, hegemon. Yes, China. China is waiting for their chance to be the new world order alongside Russia and the BRICS. He mentioned recent instances of political violence, including the January 6 riots at the US Capitol, the attack on former Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband, and a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. The president acknowledged that at the Republican National Convention this week, he expects the other side of the ASO to criticize his record and offer their competing vision for the US. He said he will also endeavor to make the case for his own vision, including a trip to the Las Vegas this week. But he called on Americans to take actions at the ballot box and not with violence. In America, we resolve our differences at the ballot box. That's how we do it, at the ballot box, not with bullets, he said. The power of change in America should always rest in the hands of people. Yes, it should. It does not. Not in the hands of a would-be assassin. Unfortunately, the change does not rest with the people, and a lot of changes or a lot of things people want the government to provide them, like basic services, alright, like services like roads, food prices, necessities prices, essential prices, and stuff like that. Now I'm also talking a bit more about EU and my current region. Yeah, the governments are kind of ignoring it. They are saying they are doing something, however, the results aren't anywhere. The results are not there, and that's what bothers me. That's what angers me. The government politicians are elected to solve problems, not to say that they are doing something. No, we want results, period. If you cannot provide results, get the hell out of there. Go work as a trash garbage driver. Tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit to make America what it is. Think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and respect, and hate must have no safe harbor. Yeah, he had it. Well, I mean, fortunately, he's so old. I mean, so people don't let him on Twitter. However, if he would be allowed to take a look on Twitter, then he would just see just the hate, the malice, the patheticness of the people on the full display on Twitter. Twitter is a cesspool of toxicity. Biden began his remarks by saying that the ongoing investigation still haven't revealed a motive or affiliations of the shooter. Early on Sunday, he asked Americans not to jump to conclusions about the suspect. Indeed. Yes. Yes, do not jump to conclusions. That is a fatal mistake a lot of people does, and I'm gonna now say the example of the SS sniper, which most of you probably don't even know who that is, but It's a very controversial content creator. Somebody alleged her that she did a DMC takedown or attempted to do a DMC takedown, which in fact she did not. However, so many YouTubers just jumped the bandwagon. They did not care to do a proper research. They were all of them were condemning her. And then it turned out that she did not actually send the DMC takedown or whatever that was. It was somebody who was pretending to be her or pretending to be acting on her behalf. And yeah, suddenly everybody did a oopsie because they jumped to a early conclusion. So yeah, do yourself a favor and don't just ejaculate prematurely. Thank you. Tonight I want to speak to what we know. Tonight I want to speak to what do we know. A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing, he said. Indeed. Biden made remarks earlier on Sunday condemning the assassination attempt and saying that he initiated an independent review of the security situation at the rally. Biden also offered condolences to the victim, who has been identified as Corey Comparator, a 50-year-old former firefighter who was protecting his family during the gunfire. Yes, a former firefighter died. Seriously, fuck that shooter. Fuck him. And I would say that even if that was not a former firefighter, however, the fact that it was a firefighter, it was somebody who was serving the community probably a big chunk of his life, makes it even worse. Psychopathic loser. And that's the problem with the modern world, that people are getting a little bit blunt about violence. And even about shooting, like, I've seen it in Slovakia. When the prime minister was shot, people were just standing there. They didn't even know what was happening. They did not know anything. Yeah, they were just standing there like a cattle ready to be butchered. If that guy was a psychopath, then we would have had a massacre. Like, people did not know what to do. They didn't know anything. They were just standing there. Like, they could have stopped him, but nobody understood. And that's the big problem about the humanity in 21st century. Nobody knows, nobody understands what to do, how to behave. If you have an active shooter who is in your direct vicinity, and if he is a solo shooter, then you should do your best to neutralize him. Obviously, if it's a 6.5 feet tall giant, like 190 meters tall giant with big muscles, with 2 akimbo shotguns just blasting the street, then obviously it probably is not the best idea if you are if you're not physically confident. If you're not physically confident, then it's probably not the greatest idea. However, if you think, if it's an old guy, or if it's even somebody you think you can at least attempt to, pacify, then do it. Do the first step. Like, if people see that somebody is actually trying to neutralize him, they will jump in. However, the problem with people is that NPC mentality they have. They just stand there. Or just run away. However, if they see somebody is ganking up on the bad guy, then they will join. However, it's that mental block that they do not want to get shot. Like, if somebody does the first move, if somebody who is close, or I don't want you to, I'm not giving any advice. However, I do not want to see anyone like running like 100 feet towards the shooter to stop him. Obviously not. Like, you should be putting your safety on the first place. However, you should also sometimes think about the others. And if you think that you are able to neutralize the active shooter, then you should do it. You should not be allowing that psychopath to do a waste to your fellow citizens, to your fellow humans. Biden's campaign suspended communications on Saturday after the shooting and plans to start them back up on Monday night. A campaign official told The Hill the president is participating in an interview with NBC's Lester Holt on Monday. Okay. This is it. As I said, a goddamn lunatic. And I also see some people I watch lose school. Well, it was on Twitter, and Twitter is not a good place for you to be in. Even ironically, like, it's going to impact your mental. Don't stay there too long. Like, do not read what people do on Twitter. Like, I'm gonna read that because I know, like, my soul is already too dark for it to be affected. My soul is going to be alright. I'm just gonna facepalm. However, you as a normal human being should not be on Twitter because it's going to cause you a mental harm the longer you stay there. You may not realize it. You may think you're above it. However, slowly but surely you're going to be turning into somebody else. You're going to be interacting with those people, and before you know it, you're going to be the part of the toxic cesspool. You're going to be toxic, saying toxic shit, saying fuck you, fuck him, fuck this. And any message, any positive message you could have had is going to be nullified because you're going to be filled with rage and hatred. So yeah, avoid Twitter. Using Twitter too much. So yeah, that's everything. Moving on. We got an article. ABC's George Stephanopoulos says Trump, his supporters have contributed to violent rhetoric. Trump survived attempted assassination in Pennsylvania that killed one of his supporters. This argument is both true and stupid. Yes, this argument is true. However, it's also stupidity. It's extreme stupidity and true. Yes, obviously, they contributed to the violent rhetoric. So did the Democrats. What's your point? If you think one party is doing this rhetoric, you're a stupid idiot. You're stupid. Both of these parties have contributed to the violent rhetoric. I mean, I saw some poll that was saying that 10 people said Trump should be put down with force. I also saw some videos when the Republicans just put a Joe Biden mask on a boxing thingy and were hitting it. Or kicking the boxing thingy. Sorry. Sorry. I mean, yeah, this rhetoric has been going from both sides, like saying they contributed to that. Yes, no shit. Any normal human would already know about that. They should remember the January 6th. I'm pretty sure every American remembers it, like it's been fucking in the United States media for 2 years now. Well, 2 years, maybe 3 years at this point, maybe 4 years, I don't know. No, 3 years actually. It's being mentioned like every single week or every 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Irrelevant. However, it has to be repeated, obviously. ABC News anchor George Stephanopoulos said Sunday that former President Trump and his supporters have contributed to violent rhetoric nationally in the aftermath of a failed assassination attempt on the former president. If this article is going to be too short, we're gonna play the video. The Trump was victim of an attempted Trump was the victim of an assassination attempt on Saturday by Thomas Matthew Crooks, a 20-year-old man from western Pennsylvania, before being killed by law enforcement. Crooks reportedly artillery shot at them from rooftop perch some 130 yards away, striking the upper part of Trump's right ear. On ABC's This Week, Stephanopoulos noted by Trump supporters Vivek Ramaswamy and Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who have both criticized Trump for their heated rhetoric about Trump leading up to the assassination attempt. Yes, the politics has gotten quite a bit edgy. Yes, the politics are very edgy. Nowadays, very edgy. Generally speaking, of course. They are very, very edgy. Sometimes you would expect from like 2016 or something like that Reefer videos. Like, that's just how much edgy it is. It is actually even more edgy. Well, not edgy. Cringe. Yes, it's more cringe. Of course, President Trump and his supporters have contributed to this violent rhetoric as well, Stephanopoulos said. There you go. That's actually quite different. That he said only, of course, the right contributed to this rhetoric as well, Stephanopoulos said. So he's saying this as a response to the people that's been saying that the left has... it's the fault of the left, so he counters... Well, no, he does not counter. He's saying that the right has also contributed, which is completely true. That is true. Absolutely, George. Yeah, that's agreed. We were just looking back this morning at some of the things President Trump has said. She continued, he warned last March of potential death and destruction if he were charged by the Manhattan District Attorney. Our country is being destroyed as they tell us to be peaceful. Trump in January warned of bedlam in the country if the criminal charges against him succeeded. And of course, in March he said, now if I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath for the country. Well, this is just your pre-election talk. This is pre-election talk, and yeah, it has gone much more bombastic than it was years ago. Much more expressive. So, I mean, this is a hyperbole, obviously. I can understand that people are not good at reading these things. Some people cannot read sarcasm, including me. Well, I can sometimes read sarcasm, however, it's like 50-50, sometimes better, sometimes worse. Radatz noted Trump has said the bloodbath quote was a joke and taken out of context. Yes, I would expect so. As I said, he's being very expressive. Both him and Biden, obviously. However, he's being even more expressive because he knows he's playing forward. There are charges on him, and I heard that there was some change in the Supreme Court, that something about immunity. I have not read about it enough, so I could tell you exactly what it is about, but people are saying something that he would get an immunity if he was re-elected. I can't tell you with clear consciousness that is true or false, so I'm gonna leave you to research it yourself. I'm gonna Google it and put a screenshot here as well, but I'm gonna leave it up to you to research it. Let's remember January 6th, she said. I'm gonna take a sip of water now. Okay. I'm not sure if you can hear it, but I turned on my notebook fan to cool down the notebook. it started to make noises and I don't want you to hear it, but you might be hearing it. I'm gonna turn it off after I'm gonna actually turn it off now. Notebook has gone quiet. Okay, no, it's still going strong, but... Okay, it's not as loud as the fan, so I'm gonna keep it now. ABC News did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Crooks killed one attendee and critically wounded two others in the shooting. Trump with blood on his ear and face waved defiantly to his supporters as he was hustled off the stage by the Secret Service yelling "Fight." Crooks was a registered Republican according to the voting records, but he only participated in the November 8th state election due to his age. Records show he made a $15 donation to Progressive Turnout Project, a Chicago-based political action committee that supports Democrat candidates for public office and claims to advocate for key Democratic constituencies, young people, minorities, and low-income people. I'm actually surprised they mention it because of the progressive. Maybe they mention it all to be sincere, probably yes, but I'm surprised they actually mention it here on Fox News. I'm glad though. Last week, Stephanopoulos found himself in hot water when he told TMZ that he did not think President Biden could serve another 4 years amid debate over his mental acuity and ability to beat Trump. After his weak debate showing last month, ABC News released a statement Tuesday night telling Fox News Digital George expressed his own point of views and not the position of ABC News, obviously. Stephanopoulos appeared to be regretful of his candid admission, saying in a statement, "Earlier today I responded to a question from a passerby. I shouldn't. I mean, it's his own opinion, so I don't know why he should apologize, but he did. He's a pussy." Like, this was his own opinion. Like, if he thinks he does not have what it takes, I mean, why shouldn't he be telling it? But hey, it seems the mainstream media are now pretty much set on, having Biden there, especially after the assassination attempts. They know that Trump is going to get probably a boost in popularity. Probably. It's not like 100% sure he's going to get. However, the media are preparing for it and they probably don't want anyone other there because they know, like, if they put somebody else there, then it would probably smell bad for them. They probably still think about giving Newsom. Also, although he did said he supports Biden, however, I saw his face. I saw his face some time ago when he was asked about the debate. I think he wants to try for the president. He's just not saying it He's just not saying it. So yeah. A little bit misleading. This is a misleading title to get clicks. And we read here that he adds a sentence to those people like Vivek and JD Vance who have been saying that the left for their heated rhetoric, then he just adds that the right has been doing the same. I mean, this is not that bad. This is not bad. But yeah, he got very lucky and it's good he survived. It's very good. Because I mean, I don't want to imagine what would happen if he had died there. So moving on. We got an article from Reuters. Belarus Lukashenko says border tension gone, extra troops go home. I remember when they were calling him Lukashenka. Like some news articles were calling him Lukashenka with A. some articles or some news sites were calling him Lukashenko. I mean, it's Lukashenko for Slavic people like me. However, some people in the West are calling him Lukashenko. I'm not quite sure why. July 13th, Reuters, Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko, a close ally of Kremlin leader Vladimir Putin, said on Saturday that tensions have subsidized at his country's borders with Ukraine and extra troops deployed there were being sent back to their bases. Belarus defense minister said late last month that it was reinforcing its border after a security incident, and in response to Ukrainian troop buildup, they said a division of multiple launch rocket systems had been deployed to test their combat readiness. I was actually low-key expecting it would be about the border with Poland, so I did not read the short summary, so I just clicked on it and I was expecting it was going to be something about the border with Poland, but no. However, I remember that something happened at the border and the Belarusian government was sending troops there. Lukashenko, quoted by the official Belta news agency during the tour of a border region, said that Belarusian intelligence had determined that Ukraine had withdrawn troops from sensitive areas. That means that those Ukrainian troops which had been brought in as reinforcements are now gone. Belta quoted him as saying, "There are no difficulties with the Ukrainians and I hope there will be none." Belta said he told a meeting of regional officials that the additional Belarusian troops dispatched to the area should return to their assigned bases. "Well, friends, we have to pull back our troops from the border," he was quoted as saying, "so that it is understood that we have no intentions of fighting or concentrating our armed forces here apart from special operations forces." Indeed, as you might know, the Lukashenko allowed Russians to go to his territory and they invaded Ukraine from southern Belarus, which was closest to the Kiev. A spokesperson for Ukraine's border guards in a statement posted online dismissed the notion of an extra deployment. From the outset, the Belarusians created this threat from themselves and then lifted the very same threat. Russia has said the Belarusian statement's deployment will cause for concern. Lukashenko allowed Russia to use Belarusian territory to launch the February 2022 invasion of Ukraine, as I was saying, but has made plain that he has no intention of committing troops to the conflict. Indeed, because the Belarus military is pretty damn dog shit compared to the other militaries in the EU. I mean, its equipment is probably sponsored by the Russians, so they will probably have some decent equipment, but I do not really think their military capabilities, and by that I mean training and stuff like that, is much good. I know they got some people from Wagner mercenary group training them, however, that was only for a short while, so I don't think the military is anywhere near ready for an actual military showdown with the Ukrainians. However, it would create a massive issue for Ukrainians, because they would have to divert a lot of troops if Belarus was to actually invade them itself. The Belarusian president in power since 1994 relied on Putin's assurances of support in quelling unprecedented mass protests in 2020 by demonstrators alleging he rigged his re-election to a sixth term. So he's been in power for 30 years now. The two men meet regularly and Russia has in the past deployed tactical nuclear weapons in the Belarus. Also, I mean, I don't think I don't think he has any successor. So if he dies, when he dies, it is possible that the Russians might as well just annex Belarus or make it their own little satellite state. That's also possible. And that would cause a massive headache for the Ukrainians, because then the border between Ukraine and Russia would extend massively. And they would have to divert a lot of troops to those border regions, and it would not be fun at all. Like, yeah, at this point, Belarus can definitely cause massive issues for Ukraine, as well as it could potentially lose them the war if they were to actually invade. Not because they have a strong army, but because it would require a diversion of troops from Ukraine. They have some sort of troops on the border, obviously, to cover it, but I don't think it's any massive force. It's probably barrier troops that are there to just store the advancing forces and not to actually defend the border. Just enough forces to slow your enemy down before reinforcements can come in and start fight with them, actually. So we're gonna read one more articles, and after that we're gonna... Yep, it's working. And after that I'm gonna take a probably short pause. I'm gonna take a sip of water, and I'm gonna let my throat to cool down a bit. It's really nice weather outside though. It's very nice, very beautiful weather. Although it's very warm, it's quite hot. So maybe if we finish quick enough, I'll go outside and have a walk. Who knows? We got a article from CNN Health. I'm actually gonna take a sip of water right now. Damn, my throat was not ready for this somehow. So yeah, article from CNN Health. Practicing gratitude could help you live longer according to new study. Let's read this very interesting article. People who experience more gratitude have 9% lower risk of dying within 3 years, a new study has found. I see, so you're basically telling me that people who don't have depression have higher chance of living. Wow. How totally unexpected. Oh, a notification. It's nothing. How completely unexpected that having a happy life could have a health benefits, and it could reduce, your possible suicide rate. Stop sending me notification, for God's sake. CNN, appreciating the little things in life we can leave a lasting impact on your health. Experiencing a gratitude is beneficial for physical health and emotional well-being. Past research has shown. Now, a new study has found these who experience more gratitude also have a low risk of dying. The report is first to examine the effects of gratefulness on longevity, the experts say. This is like saying that people who drive less has lesser chance of being caught in a car accident. I mean, no shit, Sherlock. The researchers used data from the Nurses' Health Study, which included nearly 50,000 women between ages 69 and 96 who completed a 6-item gratitude questionnaire in 2016. by asking participants to rank how strongly they agreed with statements such as, I have so much in life to be thankful for, and I'm grateful to be a wider variety of people. The research team was able to determine the percentage of women who had the highest and lowest feelings of gratitude. And obviously, this is about the elder people, but still, it's a little bit silly. There is many more variables with the elder than just happy life. Obviously, if you are feeling happy as a old man or woman, then obviously your overall probably health is going to be a bit better, because feeling depressed has influence on your body and on the way you behave. So there's that. But I mean, yeah, this is something that should already be known. Like, this should not be a news. Like, this should be a matter of common sense. When the researchers reviewed the data 3 years later, they found the women who had the highest level of gratitude experienced a 9% lower risk of death of any cause, including cardiovascular disease, cancer, and neurodegenerative disease, according to this study published July 3rd in the journal JAMA Psychiatry. Gratitude is a powerful for happiness, powerful for addressing at least more minor depressive symptoms, powerful for improving health, powerful for protecting against premature death, and it is something that anyone can do, said senior study author Dr. Tyler Van der Weel, who is the John L. Loeb and Frances Lehman Loeb Professor of Epidemiology at the Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health in Boston. During the 3 years of follow-up in the study, there were 4,608 deaths among the participants. 2,153 of those were women who reported experiencing the lowest amount of gratitude, while 1,273 deaths were of women who were in the middle tier. There were 1,182 deaths among women who reported the highest amount of gratitude. The study also found those who reported feeling more gratitude were more likely to be slightly younger, have a partner, participate in social or religious groups, or have overall health. So you basically tell us that people who are younger have lesser chance of dying. Well done, Sherlock. I think things are going well in life, whether that's one's health or one's social relationship. It's going to make one more great one, said Van der Weel, who is also a director of the Human Flourishing Program, which aims to study and promote human well-being, and co-director of the Initiative on Health, Spirituality and Religion at Harvard. For the analysis of longevity, researchers controlled the data group by comparing similar women who only differed in their gratitude scores when they were sad. The researchers controlled the 4 factors such as psychological well-being, health issues, and other demographics, including social and religious participation. It's still quite meaningful even after controlling for social connectedness and other aspects of psychological well-being and a host of baseline health characteristics and money and income and so on. You're still finding those who are grateful versus those who are not, with about a 10% reduced mortality risk, Van der Weel said. These other things are important, but it doesn't explain away the whole of the effect of gratitude. The authors noted in the study that the participants were mostly white, older women in the United States, and future studies with more representative sample would be needed to find out more on the effects of gratitude and longevity for other demographics. Okay, here we go. How to practice gratitude. Okay, I'm ready. It's not completely surprising to me, just given what we know on the health benefits of positive emotions more generally, that a person's disposition for gratitude might actually even lengthen their life, said Dr. Philip Watkins, a professor of psychology at Eastern Washington University and the author of the book Gratitude and the Good Life Towards a Psychology of Appreciation. Researchers have found that gratitude benefits individuals' happiness and flourishing, added Watkins, who was not involved with the new study. Having more gratitude has been linked to improving physical health, such as strengthening the immune systems, lowering blood pressure, and benefiting to the heart. Those who are more grateful also tend to get a better night's sleep and have increased self-esteem and low anxiety, stress, and depression level. Okay. While the new study looked at people who are naturally more grateful, there are ways to practice having more gratitude on a day-to-day basis, said Dr. Emiliana Simon Thomas, science director of the Greater Good Science Center, a research institute that studies the psychology, sociology, and neuroscience of well-being at the University of California, Berkeley. It's so important for each individual to start from a place of their own comfort zone, said Simon Thomas, who was not involved with the new study. It is unfair to demand gratitude from anyone if they are feeling particularly impoverished. But it's not unfair to point out some of the simple and easy immediate factors that are actually a source of goodness. It could be as simple as the feeling of a warm sun throughout window on your shoulder. It's just a matter of really noticing that there are things around you, and even in moments that are difficult, share it. Indeed, good weather is probably going to produce better feelings from you overall, unless you are a worker and you have to work in a under the sunny weather or in like factories when it's like 30 degrees Celsius plus outside, then you do not feel much happy about the sunny weather. But generally, as long as you have a job that does not kill you with sunny, with actually being hot, then you feel better when it's sunny. For me personally, I love when it's sunny weather. I feel much more lively, energetic. Although when I used to work as a worker, then I also did not like the weather because I would feel very hot and once or twice I could feel like collapsing. Although I think it was only once, fortunately. There are 3 strategies Simon Thomas recommends for those looking to implement more feelings of gratitude. First, keep a gratitude journal where you can write a few things you are grateful for, whether it's a washing machine in your home, or electric light, or the opportunity to go on a camping trip with friends. The list could go on. This sounds a little bit dystopian. I don't know, but when you ask write things you feel the most grateful for, this sounds to me a little bit more dystopian. The first thing I think of is some dystopian movie where you are forced to write, oh yes, I'm grateful for a great reader, Kim Jong McDonald, for a great secretary, Adolf, there's Walmartovich and stuff like that. So they say, I mean, I guess it can be, but I think just thinking about some positive things is much better than to keep a journal of things you are grateful for. It just, I don't know, it just kind of creeps me out, alright? It creeps me out to write down things I'm grateful for. Another way to practice gratitude is by writing letters to others who have had a positive impact on your life. Oh yes, it's called having friends and having regular conversations with your friends. The sense of gratitude is even more pronounced when those letters are delivered to the other person, Simon Thomas said. I think she needs to update her what modern people do software, because we don't really send letters much. We send emails sometimes. I think older people send emails nowadays, and they also send letters, however, not as regular as it used to be. Even the elderly now use the technology. But yeah, what basically she's saying is have some sort of a social dialogue with your friends, which should come as an obvious. A third way to feel more gratitude is to be specific when giving out thanks. When someone gets you a coffee to start your day, instead of just saying thank you, try to extend it to something like, I really appreciate that you brought me a coffee today. I know you have a lot of other things to do and I got a lot of stuff done because you brought me back coffee, Simon Thomas said. Just say thank you. And if it's your good friend, I mean, just hold a small talk. Like, this is like, who's going to say this? Who's going to say this unironically? If somebody you do not really know brings you coffee, then you say thank you. And if you want, you can also say, how's it going? And maybe exchange some small talk. Don't say something like this. Like, this is kind of creeping me out, to be honest. Or if you do not feel sociable, just say thank you. I wish you a nice day. There you go. And if it's your good friend, then obviously say thank you and have some small talk with him as well. Like, these are the basics of fucking social interactions. This is nothing new. It sort of creeps me out that these scientists have now just figured out, how... It kind of freaks me out that these scientists now figure out, oh, the humans feel more happy and they have a longer lifespan if they have an active social life. And they have friends, they talk with, they interact with people. In positive conversations, obviously, not in Twitter conversations when you just shout at each other. Okay, I've been using Twitter way too much, I should stop. But yeah, active social life brings you benefits to your mental health and probably even physical health. Thank you. This is something we already knew years ago. Many years ago. Like, this is a common sense, for God's sake. Oh, well, I guess it's not a common sense for the Gen Z. There's no clear consensus on how often one should practice gratitude, Simon Thomas said. She recommends trying out different methods for what feels right to you. Practicing gratitude is not only key for health and well-being, but it is also important to try to be more grateful because it is a good virtue and can positively affect your relationship too, Watkins said. Well, being positive in a relationship, I mean, you should only go into a relationship with somebody you like and your experience with your partner is good. You should not be going into a relationship with somebody who has red flags about him or her. Having more gratitude has also been linked to being more optimistic in general, and people who express higher levels of gratitude tend to look more for the good in life, Watkins added. Research shows we have a lot of good stuff happen to us than bad stuff, but we very focus on the bad stuff, obviously. I mean, this is the part of human mental. Like the human brain focuses on a very strong stuff, very strong emotions, and negative emotions tends to be a little bit more intense than the good emotions. That depends. Obviously, feelings like true love obviously beat those negative emotions, but in modern society, negative emotions usually tend to beat those positive emotions. So yes, that's true that we focus more on the bad stuff, but that's the problem of the brain as well as the individual at some percentage that they focus on the bad stuff. It's something that we have to fight with and something we have to beat ourselves. I think that's one good of the reasons gratitude and being a grateful person is so important because they help us have a more balanced view of life. So now I'm gonna add my 2 cents. So basically what this says is be positive human being, have a positive impact on others, and you're gonna probably live a longer, a happier life. That is a common sense. Like, this is absolutely nothing new. Like, this is something that we have known for decades. Like, this really sounds like an article for Gen Z, if anything. Socialize with people, have good friends, make a relationship, find a partner. I know it's hard in this age. However, there are many good partners for you to find. You just have to look good enough, and you should not have an absurd expectation. Like, you should be looking for a personal qualities and about reasonable physical qualities as well. Obviously, if you find somebody, because obviously, like, the partner you find should not be an extreme in either of the weight levels, neither anorectic, neither over obese or very obese. But yeah, the most important person about your partner should be the personality. You should be okay, I'm just looking at something right now, something out of the window. But you should complement each other in personality. So that's how you're gonna get a good relationship. And I know it's very hard. I know it's hard for you to find an ideal partner because a lot of people are looking for something. They are looking for something exciting, something or somebody with good body or and other qualities. However, hey, that is not going to get you a happy relationship. Obviously, some people are looking for money, and money is going to open you a lot of doors. And I always said you should strive to become rich to get those possibilities. It will not make you happy, however, you will be able to control your fate. So if you cannot find a happiness, then at least you will be able to control your fate and you can positively change the fate of others. So yeah, that's everything I wanted to say. I believe there aren't any comments on CNN, so we're gonna move to the next article, but before that I'm gonna take a pause because my throat is very destroyed. And I need a pause. We've been streaming for about an hour and a half, and my throat is not feeling much good. We still have 3, 6, 7 articles on Twitter. And also we're gonna be laughing at IGN. So yeah, I'm gonna be back, and yeah, so until then stay tuned. Also have to change the title. There we go. I drank some juice, so my throat should be a bit better now. Whew. Yeah, it's a little bit better. I don't have that much of a reaction from my throat as I had before the pause. I probably could have waited the 8 more minutes. As I said, we'll be back in 15:45. I'm back in 37. But I think we can handle it. We're gonna do at least 4 or 5 articles and we'll see how I'm gonna feel afterwards. If my throat feels bad again, we're gonna take another 20 plus minute pause and we're just gonna grind out these articles eventually. I'm also gonna check, before I forget, I'm gonna check how the video is doing, how our banger is doing. I know we're unprofessional, but it is what it is. And the video about Denmark still no views, that's unfortunate. But okay, the video is still going very strong, and the views also. Yeah, like that is incredible just how much this video is going. Like, I'm very surprised. 18 likes now, that is incredible. That is incredible. That's also why I'm a bit disappointed that nobody subbed. But don't worry, we're gonna have it covered. Also, there is the... I'm gonna change the scene. Yeah. Okay. 3. Also, I'm gonna have to once again clear out these scam points leaderboard because most of these people actually do not watch these streams. I don't even know why are they getting points. It's strange. Yeah, like they get all-time 11,000 points. However, they have never watched this stream before, so that's a bit. That's a bit strange. Okay, we got one here. The other guy has 11 guys. So, okay, those are my 3 active followers or watchers, sometimes active. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to clear this up once again. But that's for future me. Now we're gonna move back to the article. Also glad to see the pop-ups are working as intended now. I can add 2 more, so maybe I'm gonna add them in the future. We'll see. I also have... I think I don't need to actually change it. Hey. I don't think I need to add that. It's free on YouTube. It should be good enough now. And that's enough talking. Let us get into the article. China and Russia start joint neighbor drills days after NATO allies called Beijing a Ukraine war enabler. Beijing AP. China and Russia's neighbor forces on Sunday kicked off a joint exercise at their military port in southern China on Sunday, official news agency Xinhua reported days after NATO allies called Beijing a decisive enabler of the war in Ukraine. The Chinese defense minister said in a brief statement forces from both sides recently patrolled the western and northern Pacific Ocean, and that the operation had nothing to do with international and regional situations and didn't target any third party. Obviously, Chinese do not like to be caught in neighbors or anything like that, because that could bring the point to actually do some sanctions against China, which is something they don't want to really. They don't really want to. And the world should not really want to sanction China because of the Chinese production capacity that would affect the entire world, and considering the prices are already quite high in the Western world, this would only cause the prices to go up even further. The exercise, which began in Guangdong, Guangdong province on Sunday and is expected to last until mid-July, aimed to demonstrate the capabilities of the navies in addressing security threats and preserving peace and stability globally, And regionally, state broadcaster CCTV reported Saturday, adding it would include anti-missile exercises, sea strikes, and air defense. Xinhua news agency reported the Chinese and Russian naval forces carried out on-map military simulation and tactical coordination exercises after the opening ceremony in the city of Jiangxing. The joint drills came on the heels of China's latest tensions with NATO's allies last week. The sternly worded final communique, approved by the 32 NATO members at their summit in Washington, made clear that China is becoming a focus of the military alliance, calling Beijing a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine. The European and North American members and their partners in the Indo-Pacific increasingly see shared security concerns coming from Russia and its Asian supporters, especially China. Only now? Like this has been apparent for years. But almost 3 years now. Like, do people forget when China and Russia signed the Eternal Friendship Agreement or whatever that was? Yes, that was before the war in Ukraine erupted. Do you think China did not know about the Russian plans? For God's sake, pretty much everybody knew about what Russians were about to do. Sure, a lot of people, including me, did not believe Russians would actually kickstart that they would actually go in. However, they went in, and yeah, the rest is history. Like I and I hope any I hope any human with common sense should already know that Russia and China has been close friends for years now. Like, this should not come as any sort of surprise. In response, China accused NATO of seeking security at the expense of others and told the alliance not to bring the same chaos to Asia. Its foreign minister maintained that China has a fair share and objective stance on the war in the Ukraine. Last week, a US Coast Guard cutter on routine patrol in the Bering Sea also came across several Chinese military ships in international waters but within the US exclusive economic zone, American officials said. Its crew detected 3 vessels approximately 124 miles, 200 kilometers, north of the Amchitka Pass in the Aleutian Islands, which marked a separation of linkage between North Pacific and the Bering Sea. Later, a 4th ship was spotted approximately 135 kilometers north of the Amukta Pass. The US said the Chinese naval vessels operated within international rules and norms. However, they were tickling the United States a little bit by being this close to the US economic zone. Yes, China is also building navy, is modernizing navy. They want to compete with the United States. In the end, it's going to depend on the quality of the admirals and on the strategy of the navies, on the strategy the navies are going to use. It will not boil down to the technology. Well, the technology is going to have an impact, a big impact. However, it will come down to the strategy. If one side has much more superior strategy than the other, then the other side is going to lose that naval war. Period. That's why the United States also beat the Japanese. First off, they have better production capabilities, and second, their tactics simply, well, they simply outdone the Japanese. They had better tactics, and in the end, the United States were able to defeat the Japanese Navy, whilst also having to send some of their navy to guard the convoys on the Atlantic Oceans from the German submarines, obviously. So yeah, they are pretty short article. It is what it is. Yeah, China supports Russia. I mean, that should have been obvious for the longest time. I think it was obvious to most of these people sitting there. However, they simply did not have any, how to say it, hard evidence that they support Russia. I mean, they don't even have now. However, there are now allegations that China sends some sort of weapons and ammunition to Russia, which would not be surprising. They also need to test their new modern equipment in some sort of conflict so they know how effective it is, its possible flaws and room for improvement. So I mean, this is a obvious move from Chinese to do. Just the same as the United States would send some of, well, they don't send any modern equipment because they don't have to, they are the hegemon. However, they also send some of the older equipment and they get some data from it, alright? Right, even the United States probably get data from how their technology, how their weapons are being used in Ukraine. They get data from it and they can also learn some new discoveries they may have not found out. So moving to the next article from AP Press. Treason and espionage cases are rising in Russia since the war in Ukraine began. I'm also gonna update the article. Give me one quick moment. Because we have now talked about the China-Russia deals. It was much shorter than I was anticipating. That's on me. However, I never check how long these articles are. I just pick the most interesting headliners. So there we go. Treason and espionage cases are rising in Russia since the war in Ukraine began. That is from AP News, and I messed up. Doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna save this image. It's it's WEBP file. Shame. But I'm gonna figure it out. Tallinn, Estonia AP. When Maxim Kolka's phone rang at 6 a.m. and the voice on the other end said his father had been arrested, he thought it was a scam to extort money. However, a day earlier he had taken his father, prominent Russian physicist Dmitry Kolko, to the hospital in his native Novosibirsk when his advanced pancreatic cancer had suddenly worsened. The phone kept ringing and Kolko kept hanging up until finally his father called to confirm the grim news. The elder Kolko has been charged with treason. The family later learned a crime that is probed and prosecuted in absolute secrecy in Russia and punished with long prison terms. Treason cases have been rare in Russia in the last 30 years, with a handful annually. But since 2022 invasion of Ukraine, they have skyrocketed along with espionage prosecution, ensnaring citizens and foreigners alike regardless of their politics. Also, they arrested some Americans as a part of the play to get some sort of political hostages. We can remember that basketball player that the United States had exchange was one of the arms dealers, famous arms dealer actually. And also, yes, the reasons. Well, there's also been people who've been convinced somehow to actually set fire to the Russian ammunition warehouses. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to find articles about that. I think I should be able. But basically, somebody from Ukraine was pretending to be, I don't know, a member of FSB or something like that, and convinced one of the Russians to set fire to the Russian warehouse. How that works, don't ask me. The humanity. Yes. The humanity. That has brought comparisons to the show trials under Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin in 1930s. I think they are still far behind Joseph, actually, or Joseph Stalin. Well, it's Joseph Stalin when they write it like this. The more recent victims range from Kremlin critics and independent journalists to veteran scientists working with countries that Moscow considers friendly. These cases stand out from the crackdown on dissent that has reached unprecedented levels under President Vladimir Putin. They are investigated almost exclusively by the powerful FSB, Federal Security Service. With specific charges and evidence not always revealed, the accused are often held in strict isolation in Moscow's notorious Lefortovo prison, tried behind closed doors and almost always convicted with long prison sentences. In 2022, Putin urged the security services to harshly suppress the action of foreign intelligence services, firm to identify traitors, spies and saboteurs. The First Department, a rights group that specializes in such persecution and takes its name from a division of the Security Service, counted to over 100 known treason cases in 2023, lawyer Evgeny Smirnov told the Associated Press. He added there probably were another 100 that nobody knows about. The longer the war goes on, the more traitors the authorities want to round up, Smirnov said. Treason cases began growing after 2014 when Russia illegally annexed Crimea from Ukraine threw its weight behind a separatist insurgency in the eastern part of the country and fell out with the West for the first time since the Cold War. 2 years earlier, the legal definition of treason was expanded to include providing vaguely defined assistance to foreign countries or organizations, effectively exposing the persecution to anyone in contact with foreigners. The move provoked a mass anti-government protest in 2011 and when in Moscow, that officials claimed were instigated by the West. Those changes to the law were heavily criticized by the rights advocates, including those in the Presidential Human Rights Council. Faced with that criticism at the time, Putin promised to look into the amended law and agreed that there shouldn't be any broad interpretations. There was any broad interpretation of what the high treason is. And yet that's exactly what began happening. In 2015, authorities arrested Svetlana Davidova, a mother of 7 in the western region of Smolensk, on treason charges in accordance with the new and expanded definition of the offense. She was charged over contacting the Ukrainian embassy in Moscow in 2014 to warn officials that there she thought Russia was sending troops into eastern Ukraine, where the separatist insurgency against Kiev was unfolding. The case drew national attention. The public outrage. Russia at the time denied its troops were involved in the eastern Ukraine, and many pointed out that the case against Davidova was contradicted with that narrative. The charges against her were eventually dropped. The outcome was a rare exception to the multiplying treason and espionage cases in subsequent years. That consistently ended in convictions and prison terms. For Whelan, a United States corporate security executive who traveled to Moscow to attend the wedding, was arrested in 2018 and convicted of espionage 2 years later and sentenced to 16 years in prison. He denied the charges. Ivan Safronov, an advisor to Roscosmos space agency and a former military affairs journalist, was convicted of treason in 2022 and sentenced to 22 years in prison. His prosecution was widely seen as retaliation for his reporting exposing military incidents and shady arms deals. It's a very good cautionary tale case for them. The journalist shouldn't write anything about the defense sector. His fiancée and fellow reporter Ksenia Mironova told AP. The FSB also went after scientists who study aerodynamics, hypersonics, and other fields that could be used in weapons development. Such arrests followed after 2018, when Putin, in his annual State of the Nation address, touted new and unique hypersonic weapons that Russia was developing, according to Smirnov, the lawyer. In his view, it was the security services' way of showing the Kremlin that Russian scientific advances, especially those used to develop weapons, are so valuable that all foreign intelligence services in the world are after it. He stressed that all the arrested scientists were civilian and that they practically never go after military scientists. I wonder why. Obviously, the military scientists are going to be much more checked than the civilian scientists. I mean, there's also a level of background check on the civilian scientists, but I would assume it's probably in a little bit lower state than on the military scientists, simply because the military scientists are probably in much more direct contact with the military itself. Well, the name military says itself. I mean, hey, this is just me stating the obvious. Many of these scientists denied the charges. Their families and colleagues insisted they were implicated over something as benign as giving lectures abroad or working with foreign scientists on joint projects. Kolka, the son of the detained Novosibirsk physicist, said that when the FSB searched his father's apartment, they looked for several presentations he had used in lectures given in China. Sorry. The elder Kolka, who had studied light waves, gave presentations that were greened for use abroad and also were given inside Russia, and any student could understand that he wasn't revealing anything secret in them, Maxim Kolka said. Nevertheless, FSB officers yanked the 54-year-old physicist from his hospital bed in 2022 and flew into Moscow, the Lefortovo prison, his son said. The ailing scientist called his family from the plane to say goodbye, knowing that he was unlikely to survive prison, the son said. Within days, the family received a telegram informing him that he had died in a hospital. Yes, this happens quite a bit in Russia. The other cases were similar. Valery Golubkin, 71 years old, Moscow physicist specializing in aerodynamics, was convicted of treason in 2023. His state-run research institute was working on an international project of hypersonic civilian aircraft, and he was asked by his employer to help with reports on the project. Smirnov on the First Department Group, which was involved in his defense, said that the reports were vetted before they were sent abroad and didn't contain state secrets. Golubkin's daughter, Lyudmila, said the 2021 arrest came as a shock. He is not guilty of anything, she said. His 12-year-old son was upheld despite appeals, and his family now hopes he will be released on parole. Other scientists working on hypersonics, a field with important applications for missile development, also were arrested on treason charges in recent years. One of them, Anatoly Maslov, 77 years old, was convicted and sentenced to 14 years in prison in May. Alright, this is definitely getting quite big actually. I did not expect it to be this big. I know that the Russians have been trialing and sentencing people accused of treason, however, I didn't know that was this many, prominent scientists getting trialed and sentenced. This definitely comes as a surprise. The Institute of Theoretical and Applied Mechanics in Novosibirsk wrote a letter supporting Masov and two other physicists implicated over making presentations at international seminars and conferences, publishing articles in highly rated journals, and participation in international scientific projects. Such activities, the letter said, are an obligatory component of conscientious and high-quality scientific activity, both in Russia and elsewhere. The two other recent high-profile cases involved a prominent opposition politician and a journalist. Vladimir Karamurza, a journalist who became an activist, was charged with treason in 2022 after giving speeches in the West that were critical of Russia, after surviving what he believed were attempts to poison him in 2015 and 17. Karamurza was convicted and sentenced to 25 years in prison, where his family fears for his deteriorating health. Then why did he return to Russia if he was so critical of Russia? That same as Navalny. They just return to the country and think it's going to be alright. Of course they're gonna snatch you and put you in a prison. I'm gonna take a sip of water. My throat is getting quite dry. I haven't been speaking even 20 minutes and my throat is getting once again very dry. And that is not good. In his closing statement at trial, Karamurza alluded to the USSR's dark legacy of persecution, saying the country has gone all the way back to 1930s. I'm gonna sneeze. Actually, I won't. Ouch, 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 ouch. My throat is so fucking dry. And there's so much reaction on it. But we're gonna keep on going for a bit. No, I want to finish the stream. I want to finish everything we have. The Wall Street Journal's Evan Gershkovich was arrested in 2023 on espionage charges, the first American reporter detained on such charges since the Cold War. Gershkovich, who went on trial in June, denies the charges, and the US government has declared him to be wrongfully detained. Russians reportedly have been charged with treason or the less severe charges of preparing for treason for acts including donating money to Ukrainian charities or groups fighting alongside the Kiev's forces, setting military enlistment offices in Russia on fire, and even private phone conversations with friends in Ukraine about moving there. Ksenia Kawana, 33 years old, was arrested in Yekaterinburg in February on treason charges, accused of collecting money for Ukraine's military. The dual Russian US citizen had returned from Los Angeles to visit family, and the first department said the charges stem from $51 donation to a US-based charity that helps Ukraine. Several factors are motivating authorities to pursue more recent cases, experts say. One is that it sends a clear message that the unwritten rules have changed, and that conferences abroad or work with foreign peers is no longer something scientists should do, said Andrei Soldatov, an investigative journalist and expert on the security services. It's also easier to get hinder authorities to allocate resources to a treason case like surveillance or wiretaps, he said. According to Smirnov, the spike in persecutions came after the FSB allowed its regional branches in 2022 to pursue certain kinds of treason, and officials in those branches sought to curry favor with their superiors to advance their careers. I see. Corruption. Not surprising at all in Russia that people would be selling out their colleagues to get a higher price position. Above all, Soldato said it is the FSB's genuine and widespread belief of the fragility of the regime at the time of political turmoil, either from mass protests as in 2011 and 12, or now during the war with Ukraine. They sincerely believe that it can break, he said, even if it's not really the case. Mironova, the fiancée of the imprisoned journalist Safronov, echoed that sentiment. FSB investigators think they are catching traitors and enemies of the motherland, even when they know they don't have evidence against them, she said. And I believe there's no comment section. So this was very lengthy article. I won't be making video about it because I did not add much. Definitely an interesting topic. And I'm surprised to see that. So about it. That so many scientists are being caught, although when I read that some people are simply snitching the other scientists to get a better paid job, then I'm not really surprised. That's the humanity in a nutshell. Give them an ability to snitch and they're gonna snitch when you promise them a chocolate big enough or shiny enough. Got an article, one more article about Russia, and that should be, yes, that's everything about Russia. Then we're gonna be done. Then we're gonna have one article about Polish coal miner, about Labour and Gareth Southgate, and about Machete, the Switzerland edition, and about Italian slavery. And afterwards we're gonna go into Twitter. I'm not sure if I can call it Twitter Bizarre this time around, but we'll see. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna try to be talking in some relatively medium voice, because if I'm gonna raise my voice, well, you cannot really tell that I'm raising my voice, because I'm speaking relatively quite close to the microphone. However, I was talking more louder before and my throat seems to be not handling it too well. So I'm gonna try to lower my voice so it can last to the end. And we haven't been even talking for too long. We've been only talking for about 2 hours, so it's not that long. So, US missiles in Germany. European capitals could become targets, Russia threatens. Since the announcement of these episodic deployments of long-range fire capabilities by NATO in Europe, the Kremlin has denounced a form of return to the Cold War. Let's read the article. Moscow warned Europe on Saturday that Washington's decision to deploy long-range American missiles in Germany risks exposing the continent's populations whose capitals in turn become targets from Russia. This is a paradoxical situation. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said, Europe is a target for missiles, our country is a target for American missiles in Europe. We have already experienced this, we have gone through this, we have the capacity to contain these missiles, but the potential victims of Russian response are the capitals of these European countries, of course. If war between NATO and Russia would erupt, then the European Union would be completely destroyed, would be hit by far the hardest. And I'm talking about a nuclear war. Like the United States would be hit very hard, however, they would probably be able to withstand. However, Europe would be pretty much turned to rubble and the West would indeed fall. Only USA and Canada would like to survive. And maybe some places like Switzerland, however. Yeah. Necessary decision. At this... Fuck, I have something in my nose. God damn it, I have something in my nose and I don't know. That's annoying. Necessary decision. As at the NATO summit, Washington and Berlin announced a joint statement on Wednesday that the United States would begin episodic deployments of long-range fire capabilities in Germany in 2026, citing SM-6 missiles, Tomahawk missiles, and hypersonic weapons under development, which will increase the range of capabilities currently deployed in Europe. This will demonstrate the United States' commitment to NATO and its contribution to an integrated European deterrent, the joint statement said. Chancellor Olaf Scholz welcomed as a necessary and important decision taken at the right time, which guarantees peace. No, this is just an escalation. Setting up a long-range missiles does not guarantee you peace. This is who believes it? Who is stupid enough to believe that this is going to guarantee you peace? No, this is only an escalation. Period. So you might be asking, so we should just not arm ourselves? No. I'm saying, this is an escalation. I'm not saying you should not be arming yourself. Call it the right way. Call it by the correct word. We are escalating our Cold War with Russia. Do not say we are guaranteeing peace, because you're not. You're escalating a Cold War situation with Russia. Period. Fortunately, it's not the absolute Cold War yet. It's not this situation as it was between Soviets and the NATO in the last century. Not yet. Not yet. In their final statement in Washington, NATO countries said that Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has shattered peace and stability in the Euro-Atlantic area and seriously undermines international security. Russia remains the most significant and direct threat to the security of allies, they added. And to add one more thing. Russia would, if the World War III was to break out, Russia would probably simply destroy. If the nuclear war was to break out, Russia would simply destroy everything west to probably Poland. They would destroy everything west of Poland, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, UK. It would be nuclear annihilation. Russia does not have manpower to garrison all of these big cities, all that population. They do not have manpower for that. Therefore, there's only one solution to that, and it's a very grim, very dark solution I hope I will never live to see. And I hope neither any of you will ever live to see such dark times unravel upon us. Back to the Cold War. The announcement was denounced by the Kremlin as a form of return to the Cold War in reference to the confrontation between the USSR and the United States, marked in particular by the Euro missile crisis in the late 70s and 80s, provoked by the Soviet and American deployment of the nuclear-capable missiles in Europe. The crisis ended with signing the Medium-Range Nuclear Forces INF Treaty, which banned ground launch ballistic and cruise missiles with range less than 500 to 5,500 kilometers. But the treaty collapsed after the United States withdrew in 2019, repeatedly accusing Moscow of not respecting it, particularly with its 9M729 missile fired by the Iskander system. Russia had then assured that it would observe a moratorium on the production of such devices if the United States did not deploy them at a distance that would allow them to reach its territory. The deployment of the US equipment announced Wednesday would contravene the INF treaty if it were still in force, which is not. On Friday, the defense minister of the two nuclear powers spoke to discuss reducing risk of escalation. Well, you're doing pretty bad job at that, according to Moscow, while Washington stressed on the occasion the importance of maintaining lines of communication. Indeed. Europe is cracking. Relations between Russia and NATO have deteriorated significantly since the start of the Russian offensive in 2022 on Ukraine, a country supported by members of the Atlantic Alliance. A country supported by the members of the Atlantic Alliance. Western countries have adopted a severe economic sanctions against Russia, which has moved closer to China, the United States' great rival on the world stage, and even to North Korea, and even to Iran, and probably is going to move closer to Afghanistan as well, it seems like. As well as some places in Sahel region or the Western Africa region. Places like Burkina Faso, Niger, and countries like that. European authorities also accuse Russia of waging a hybrid war against them, using a wide range of vectors from information attacks to espionage in order to accentuate the divisions and fault lines in the European society. Oh no, Europe is doing already a pretty good job at it themselves. United Europe, that's a joke now. Europe will never ever be united again. And that's a fact. And eventually it's going to be seen by the entire world that the Europe is no longer united, that there is a big division culturally in Europe and ethnically. And eventually there are going to be separatist movements, and there will be birth of many new countries. Dmitry Peskov said the situation caused by the missile deployments could undermine Europe in the same way that the Cold War ended with the collapse of USSR in 1991. Europe is cracking at the very seam. It is not going through a good period, he said on Russian television Russia 1. Well, it's not only Europe, it's the entire world. Should I check the US debt? Maybe I could. This is the end of the article, so I'm gonna check the US debt now. US debt clock. Oh, sorry. Yes, I did that on purpose. Let's see. It's now, so I'm gonna check it right away. I have a folder for the US debt. The last debt I screenshotted, which was 9 July of 2024, which is like a week away. The interest on the US debt was 888 billion. Now it's 5 billion larger. The spending on defense went up by only 2 billion only. So yeah, Once again, the interest on the depth is catching up to the defense and war. That's not good. As I said before, once it passes the defense war department, then you're gonna know we are in big trouble. And it's actually growing even larger than the social security. And is it growing large? Yeah, and even so the interest on the debt is growing larger than both defense department, social security, and Medicare, Medicaid. So the largest growing budget item currently is the interest on the debt. Yep, that is not good. That is not good at all. And the national debt went up by almost $20 billion. Also not good. Don't worry, I'm gonna post you the screenshot from the 9th of July, so you don't have to worry about that. Psych. And yeah, even a lot of people from different nations that move to the Europe, or Europe fails to integrate a good portion of those people. The people that migrate into Europe, they need to be integrated into the cultures of said countries. They have to be educated on the values of the European Union. They have to be educated on the values of their nations, and they have to become, I don't want to say patriotic towards the nation, but they have to be willing to fight for that nation and fight for their neighbors, regardless of who that might be. If they move to France, they are French. They are no longer Guinean. They are not longer from Ghana. They are not longer Chad. No, they are goddamn French, and that's it. You migrate to a place, you stay there, you become the citizen of that country, and you should act like that. Unfortunately, a good portion of people do not feel like part of the country. It is due to various of reasons, alright? Some simply do not want to integrate because of maybe some cultural differences or religion. That's also a big part. Because France is, I believe, is definitely more Christian than my country. My country is quite a bit atheist. We do not believe in gods. So yeah, French is more Catholic. So if a Muslim comes into France, he probably does not feel as welcome. And I mean, the average Christian, I would say, is polite. However, average Christian, alright? Average Christian is not everyone, and we cannot ignore that a lot of people make them feel unwelcome. And some people just simply do not do anything to actually be welcome. So I'm just going in circles. What I'm trying to say, people that move into Europe do not integrate. They have to be integrated. They have to integrate into the cultures, into the nations. They have to be given values. They don't have to be forcefully integrated to stop doing their traditions. However, they have to be given values. They have to be taught how to behave in a first world society. And they have to be a productive member of the society or become a famous YouTuber. One of those. Or a streamer. So that's everything I wanted to say about it. We can move on. I'm gonna take a sip of juice. Okay. Feeling a little bit better now. Not much. We still have 4 more articles to go to, then we can have a bigger pause and recuperate. I'm just gonna check my Twitter if somebody replied to me or not. So I'm not even gonna mute myself. No, nobody replied. So we can continue. Okay. Give me a moment. I need to fix myself. I'm sorry for it, but I don't know. I just cannot help myself doing it when I speak a lot. Or specifically when I speak out to the microphone. I don't know why I do that. Like I never ever did this before, so it's kind of strange for me to do this. I don't know how you call it. That's on me. Anyway, so let's move to the article. Washington top news. Missing Polish coal miner found alive more than 2 days after an earthquake. So we got the cave situation, however, this time we got a happy ending. We got Warsaw, Poland AP. A miner who was reported missing after an earthquake shook Poland's Rydutowy mine has been found alive after more than 2 days after the accident and killed one of his colleagues and injured another 17, local officials said Saturday. The miner has been airlifted to the hospital and the rescue operation has been closed, said Witold Gałaszka of the coal mining group that operates the mine. Earlier, the office of the provincial governor of the Silesia coal mining region in southern Poland said the miner was conscious and was being transported to the surface. Oh, Silesia, huh? That may have also made some sort of influence over. Maybe not. This is fantastic news, Provincial Governor Marek Wojcik said on TVN24. The head of the Polish coal mining group that operates the mine Leszek Pietraszek said the rescuers reached the 22-year-old miner around 2 p.m. Saturday. He was conscious and communicating but had some problems breathing, no surprise there. It's a coal mine and people who work in coal mine probably have to experience some sort of bad air from the coal getting into their mouths and stuff. Also, he was there for 2 days, which means he was probably breathing a bad air. Probably not as bad air as you would be breathing after spending like 2 hours in completely closed room, but it was probably also very bad air with very high levels of CO2, I believe. He received first aid from a doctor who also prepared him for transportation to the surface. Hundreds of rescuers took part in the operation and at times had to be withdrawn from the corridor when more tremors were threatened or due to dangerous methane gas levels. The rescuers had to hand sift through the rubber to reach the miner, authorities said. "78 miners were in the area when a magnitude 3.1 tremor struck about 1,200 meters below the surface on Thursday afternoon. One miner, aged 41, was killed and 17 were hospitalized with injuries." I got a hiccup. There might be a problem. Oh goddammit. 13 of the injured have since been released from the hospital. The tremor caused an ejection of rocks into the corridor at one spot where the miner was found Saturday. Okay, it seems the hiccups had ceased. It was only one hiccup. The mining group has suffered several deadly accidents this year. Also, it is not their first accident. Interesting. In May, 3 miners died in the my nose is really bothering me. In May, 3 miners died in a cave-in at the Myslovice Vesola colliery, and one was killed at the same mine in April. Dangerous business. Huh. And it seems they have a lack of safety procedures, or they are not, or the environment is not safe enough. Like, I remember when I was going to my job, when I was working as a worker, when I was went there for the sort of an interview, or mostly to just being introduced to the workplace, that the day that we were introduced there and we were probably supposed to start working there, somebody died there. It was because of his negligence, and he was in a place he should not have been. However, that was not definitely the greatest start to my job. Also, about 4 days before, someone else died there because he was not feeling well and he just wanted to be taken home. So somebody took him home. However, it turned out that he was not just feeling unwell, he was unwell and it was severe, and he died at home. Or was hospitalized, but it was too late. So yeah. It wasn't the best time for me to enter the job, definitely not the best time. And I was very cautious with everything I did, so I would not accidentally join them as well. Two miners lost their lives in separate accidents in 2019 and 2020 in the Ridutovi mine, which was opened in 1792 and currently employs about 2,000 miners. If it was opened in 1792, yeah, then I would probably assume that there will be some sort of weak spots in the structure. Maybe they reinforce it, but I don't know. I don't know. I would have to say it myself. And even then, I would probably wouldn't be able to tell you if it's actually safe or not. But considering that there were like 5 casualties in the same year, that is quite a bit worrying. Coal mining is considered hazardous in Poland, where some miners are prone to methane gas explosions or to cave-ins. Excavation in older mines goes deep into the ground in the search for coal, increasing the job's hazard. The coal industry is among Poland's key employers, providing some 75,000 jobs. Last year, 15 miners lost their lives in accidents. I would rather be gathering garbage than to actually work in such mines then. Because like 15 lives lost in accidents. I mean, sure, it's a small number, but hey, you can be one of those accidents, you know? Jesus. The person, they are not any comment section. And now we got an article about Labour Party and about Gareth Southgate. More specifically about Labour Party comparing themselves to Gareth Southgate. Give me a moment, I'm gonna sneeze. Not actually, not really, but. I mean, that there really isn't even anything in my nose, so it's very strange that I have these sneeze episodes. I don't know why. Going Southgate. Gareth Southgate made extraordinary contribution to football. He molded an incredible team culture success. So if he had molded an incredible team, then he would have won the Euros, which they didn't. And it's because of him, because of his strategies, because of his tactics. They played a terrible football on Euros. Like, if they would win Euros, then I would be extremely pissed off. And the entire Europe would be pissed off. Because pretty much every European except of English were rooting for the Spanish. Because Spanish played beautiful football, attractive football. And the England was the polar opposite of it. Dull football, absolutely criminal football. They would score and they would just park the bus. And the only reason they got so far was because of their quality. Their squad is filled with talent. But they play such a boring, bland football. Disgraceful. That's disgraceful and that's criminal. And he should be persecuted by the High Council of Football. Lisa Nandy said it is not for her to say whether Southgate should consider his position. Okay. The new government will be far more like Gareth Southgate and far less like Michael Gove, the culture secretary has declared. I don't know who Michael Gove is, but far more like Gareth Southgate. So basically they will park the bus and do jack shit. Well, that's not going to be big of a change then. Well, they're gonna park the bus. Oh, they're gonna now explain us what they meant by it. Lisa Nandy praised the England manager's extraordinary contribution to football and for bringing together a diverse team that mirrors modern Britain. What? What do you mean? Bro, all of them are English. They are representing England. What do you mean diverse team? All of them are humans, for God's sake. Like, do you see any extraterrestrial alien among them? No. All of them are humans, all of them are English, period. Oh yeah, she meant probably because they are of different origins or different skin pigment. Wow. That's something that any fucking sane coach would do. Like, Jurgen Klopp would bring them together and he would have much better results. Jose Mourinho would bring them together. Probably. But probably they would not like him because he would have been honest. Pep Guardiola would bring them together. That is such a brain dead thing to say. Like, football coaches are there to unite the team. They are there to bring the team together and there to coach them and bring out their absolute marks. I know good portion of the coaches are not capable of it. And somebody replied to me, so I'm gonna take a look. I see. Okay. Somebody point to me. There we go. This is such a brain dead thing to say. Like, this is coach's job to bring the people in the team together. Like, and they say Southgate of all fucking people. This guy parks the bus. This is the worst comparison you could have given. Now the Britain will be even more depressed, even less enthusiastic. And they already are quite unenthusiastic about your government, even though you have not restarted. Her comments came as England's agonizing Euro 2024 final defeat by Spain sparked speculation over whether England's head coach will remain in his role. He should be fired. Miss Nandy, who attended the game in her new capacity, told Sky News that it is not for her to say whether Southgate should consider his position. No, it is. You should say he should be fired. But she showered him with praise for his leadership and positive impact on and off the pitch. Leadership, huh? He put Harry Kane in the starting 11. Harry Kane, who had a terrible Euros. If I didn't know better, he would actually have been actively trying to sabotage the England, so the meme about him not winning any finals would live on. Like, this felt like it. This unironically felt like it, because Harry Kane was playing like he was a CDM, like center midfield, defending midfielder. Sometimes even as a defending player, like a center defender. Like, and not to say that they were parking the bus, that pisses me off even more. Not just the bus, they were parking the double-decker. Like, there's parking the bus and there's the British parking the English parking the decker. I was like, that should be criminal for a team of this quality to just park the bus. But also to put together that incredible team of young footballers drawn from every community across the county who look and sound and feel like modern Britain. When the kids were turning on their TV sets last night across England, every single one of them will have been able to see themselves reflected in that team. And they can be part of their team if they work hard and if they improve themselves. That is something that should have been mentioned. And in doing so, he's told an inclusive story about the country that we can be in. Yeah, inclusive country that has problems with prison capacities and problem with the knife crimes. Nice. Those kids will definitely be growing up in a very safe environment where they will be able to walk the streets without any fear for their harm, huh? Making clear Sir Keir Starmer's government wants to follow Southgate's example of inclusivity, she said. At times with the politics that we've had, it's felt very difficult for people to feel part of our national story, and it's firmly my intention that this government will be different. Will be far more Gareth Southgate and far less Michael Gove. That does not bring any confidence to me. And I'm not British. Like, that should be noted. I'm not British. And I don't feel confident at all. The era of division needs to end. I think this team and Gareth Southgate in particular has shown that leadership be needed in some very difficult times for this country. So we owe him an enormous debt, whatever he decides to do in the future. Just hire Jurgen Klopp. Just do it. Or somebody of that caliber. He said he doesn't want to coach on the club scene now. However, I think he would agree if you would propose in the English job, if you would allow him to do any changes he wishes, then I think he would bring the football home, unironically. Like, they do not need an English coach. That is stupid. Like, look at Slovakia. They had an Italian coach, I believe. And they got to the thing before quarterfinals. I forgot how you call it. They played against England and they almost kicked them out. Weren't it for Jude Bellingham's last minute goal? That was even after the extra time. If that did not happen, England would be gone. And I would have been much more happy because then probably someone like Austria or Netherlands would be in the finals and we would have gotten an exciting game. Well, it was a good game. It was a good game because of the Spanish. The Spanish put out a wonderful game and they well deserved won the game. Miss Nandi also spoke about the need for far less heat and more light in the politics as she was asked about Donald Trump's attempted assassination this weekend. In particular, the Culture Secretary was pressed about the comments made by now Foreign Secretary David Turner about the former US President. She told Times Radio, "I've always been a proponent that politics needs far less heat and far more light, indeed. And I think in Britain, as in the United States, over the last decade and a half, we've been through a very dark, divisive time." That is true. And there has been only escalations of those tensions, and it's not good for anyone. As I already said on Somatica before, that the increase of violence against politicians, including positions like mayors, have quite increased. It may have not been talked about much, however, it is happening, and it is very worrying, and it is becoming quite harder and less attractive to be a politician. I don't want to really say attractive, because I don't think politicians should be in an attractive position. You should have some sort of qualification to be able to be politician. However, in reality, anyone can be politician. The only thing you need to have is be a good speech maker and you're good to go. Give good speeches and you're good. You're Gucci. Or try hard and maybe you're gonna get that as well. But hey, being charismatic gives you like 90+% of the success unless you do like some king speech is going to come bite you back in the ass. We've seen inflammatory rhetoric becoming at times the norm in the Houses of Parliament, certainly at the height of Brexit. We saw accusations flying around, accusations that we were traitors, for example, flying from all sides, and it's no surprise that the language is repeated back to us on the street of Britain. I think what's happened with Donald Trump is disgraceful and horrifying. The Prime Minister was very pleased to speak to him yesterday to offer our sympathies and also to express condolences with the victims of that shooting, indeed. Good. Quite short article, however, I was able to talk about it quite a bit. So, to come back, saying that they should be inspired by Gareth Southgate is simply silly. Coaches are here to bring the team together, to correct any sort of conflicts happening between players. That is the coach's job. The coach's job is to unite the team as well as coach the team to its absolute maximum. And to the absolute maximum did Gareth Southgate not bring the English team. If he would, then they would have won. And probably with ease, unironically. So yeah. We're gonna go to the next article and I'm gonna take a sip of juice. 2 more articles to go. Yeah, my throat is under a lot of pressure, but we must keep moving. So we got baby injured as machete. As a machete-wielding man attacks his neighbors in Switzerland. The suspect tried to attack a pregnant woman as she arrived to visit her father, police said. A lot of people put Switzerland as an example of safe country when they have a lot of weapons. From what I understand, actually, is that the Swiss indeed have a lot of weapons, but they are not allowed to keep ammunition or something like that. I know they have a lot of weapons, however, there's some sort of catch in that, I believe. Also, Switzerland is a really, really rich country, which means its social services are on a high level, its health services are on a high level, banking system is on a high level. For God's sake, they are still storing the Nazi god to this day. It's a safe country because it is a very rich country with very rich social benefits, probably. Some people say that Switzerland does not have any migrants. That's why Switzerland also has a lot of migrants who simply manage to integrate into the Swiss culture or into the Swiss nation. So we're gonna leave the new Machete movie, the Switzerland edition right now. By the Associated Press. A man armed with a machete, sorry, not erect, what the hell. A man armed with machete attacked several people at the building where he lived in northeastern Switzerland, and 4 people were hurt, including a baby, police said Friday. Police in the city of St. Gallen were alerted to the incident shortly after 9:30 p.m. local time. Thursday, they said that the suspect, a 34-year-old Swiss man, tried to attack a pregnant woman as she arrived to visit her father, who lived in the building. Her 66-year-old father was seriously injured as he rushed to help her. Neighbors who had noticed what was going on followed the assailant out of the building, where he wounded a 31-year-old female resident, police said. She had her 3-month-old baby with her, who was also hurt. Neighbors were able to restrain the assailant until police arrived and arrested him, but one person who came to help was wounded. Luckily, nobody died. Okay, this is a very short article. The suspect also injured himself during the incident, police said. They added that no lives are in danger. I'm very glad to hear that. Investigators found a flammable liquid and gas in the suspect's apartment and evacuated the building. Police said the man was previously known to them as having psychological issues. I see. Well, and this is also one of the reasons why I think humanity should eventually start shipping people to read their emotions. Because, like, yes, he has psychological issues. However, you cannot simply lock him up for that. Like, as long as he does not harm anybody, that you cannot. There's no legal reason for you to bind him, to actually, jail him. However, with something like chips in the head, it can monitor human emotions and probably thoughts, then this issue would be eradicated. Of course, it sounds very dystopian. Unfortunately, if we cannot overcome sins and the sins that plague us, I mean, he didn't have any sins, he seems to have any issues. However, if we cannot overcome that as a species, then we need to control that. And we need to control that hard. Because, like, yes, now he just does that to his fellow humans. In far future, what if he does it to an alien race? Yeah. GG, well played. We're gonna be in war. And maybe we're gonna be exterminated because somebody had psychological issues and he simply went on a murderous rampage. And the other alien race simply does not give a fuck and they want revenge. Which would not be even too far-fetched considering what we as a human species have done before. So there you go. And now to our final article. My throat is dying, however I'm gonna keep pressing on. After this article we're gonna have a pause and then we're gonna go on Reddit, on Twitter. We got 2, 4, 6 Twitter pieces and Ban laughing at IGN masterpieces playlist, so stay tuned. Italian police free 33 Indian farm laborers from slavery. Rome, July 13th. Italian police said on Saturday they had freed 33 Indian farm laborers from slave-like working conditions in northern Verona province and seized almost €500,000 from their 2 alleged abusers. So 2 abusers have earned about €500,000 just from exploiting 33 farm laborers. Labor exploitation is in the spotlight in Italy following an accident in June, which an Indian fruit picker died after his arm was severed by machinery. Yes, I actually read that article. And I was very angry. Yeah, again. And also, he was also working in bad conditions. And the owner simply did not care. He saw that his hand got severed. And he did not care. He just got along with his day. Or he just simply ran away. Allegedly, the neighbors had to call an ambulance. And it was because of his cowardice. It was because he did not go for the help. They came too late. They said it was because they arrived too late. If he had called them earlier, then they would have saved him. But no, he died because that moron was a coward. And I called it a slavery. And I'm definitely going to make a video about this now. Because this is a second instance now. So yeah, don't you ever dare to tell anyone that slavery has been exterminated from the world. No, it's still here. You simply have not been paying any attention. People still to this day exploit other people with worse conditions to enrich themselves. And it seems likely that this practice is going to get even bigger. So yeah, even to this day they are still slaves. The people, however, who operates them are simply managed to corrupt their way into the local services or even governmental services, so they are allowed to keep doing this. In the latest case, police said the alleged gangmasters, also from India, brought fellow nationals to Italy on seasonal work permits, asking them to pay €17,000 each and promising them a better future. Oh, so they were from India. Yes, this is not unexpected. Now, something that people in the United States don't want to talk about is that especially African Americans, that even their own fellow ancestors were exploiting them. Like, I say that this slavery is still around and people corrupt their way. Yes, and I'm not talking about any specific type of human. I'm talking about humans in general. Like, people will sell out their countrymen for enriching themselves. Like, this is nothing new. This is absolutely nothing new. Like, people are scum. And somebody might think, well, why were they so stupid and accepted it? Better future. I know this is very and very hard for you who live in your mom's basement. Someone who has every day has one pizza, one kebab, one fucking mom's spaghetti, fucking 5 liters of Coca-Cola every day. I know it's very hard for you to understand it. However, people from outside the world, from countries like India, they do not have this luxury. They don't have this luxury at all. And they want to have a better life for themselves and for their children and the other descendants. And the descendants of their children. I know this is very hard to grasp. And India is quite overpopulated as well. And the wages there are, I believe, still quite below China. And Chinese working conditions aren't anything special too. The migrants were giving farm jobs working 7 days a week and 10 to 12 hours a day for just €4 per hour. €4 per hour, yes, that's a very, very low. That's very low. That's about 70 or 60% of the minimum accepted no. Or maybe yes. Yeah, about 70% of the minimum hourly salary for my country. So about that, my throat is too dead. I cannot even speak properly. Which was entirely docked from them until they settled all their debts. Police describing migrants' treatment as slavery. Some were asked to continue working for free to pay an additional €13,000 for permanent work permit, which in reality would have never been given to them, the police statement said. And once you are transported to places like this, you cannot get out. You cannot go home. So you are desperate and you have to keep working. And you are going to be exploited. And you have to be able to talk to some sort of authorities. However, you are scared that the local police might be also in on it, which is quite probable actually. And quite likely. In some instances, the alleged abusers were charged with crimes connected to slavery and labor exploitation, while the victims were offered protection and work opportunities and legal residency papers, police said. Like other European nations, Italy has growing labor shortages, often filled via immigration, particularly in lower paid jobs, and has migrant work visas that has faced cases of fraud. Give me a moment. That's because of how the country's economy is set. Again, a economy set on growth of population. When the population stops growing, there's a problem. And that's when the immigration comes in. Because your economy is so fucking shit, you need those migrants to keep your economy afloat. If those migrants weren't there, your economy would collapse. Or you would have to work like 56 hours per week, or even longer. You're not having enough kids. You have a low reproduction rate. There you go. That's your problem. And the problem is that people do not want their children to work as workers. They want them to have a nice job, nice career, nice house. And that's the root of the problem. that the parents don't want their children to start at the bottom to work themselves up, because first, it doesn't really work. It can work, however, if your child is not socially strong, if it cannot make a connections, it will likely stay in that job forever. If it has good social skills, it will move up the ladder. And that's the case with most of the cases, or a majority of the cases. Are you charismatic? Then you're gonna move up the ladder quite quickly. If you lack charisma, so if your genes are inferior, as some people would say, well, you're gonna suffer. Unfortunately, this works even in the current society. The country also has a problem with labor law violations, according to 2021 data from National Statistics Office Istat. About 11% of Italian workers were employed illegally, rising to more than 23% in agriculture. About 11% of Italian workers employed illegally. That is massive. That is incredibly massive. That is even much worse than I expected. So are you telling me that either these 11% of Italian workers cannot get a legal job, or there's something wrong with the country? Probably both. Because I know Italy has problems with corruption as well. I mean, that's no news. If you are European, then you probably know which countries have problems with corruption. I mean, Italy, you probably think of mafia. So yeah, there you go. Oh, mafia probably doesn't have as big of an influence as it once had. However, still, corruption in Italy, no brainer. Probably same in Spain and other Mediterranean countries. And about the other article, I hope I'm gonna be able. I hope I'm gonna be able to view it. Yes. Yep. Yep. He was left outside his home after suffering injuries. He was left. He was not taken to the hospital. The guy that was employing him simply just left him outside. Well, you got a lot of a lot to do there. 11% illegal workers. You're gonna have a lot to do, lady. Espresso, bro, you did not call an ambulance. Like, do you not fucking understand? You fucking psychopath. Yes, he has been warned. And most of the idiots will simply say, okay, he was born and he got ghost. That's his fault. No. Like, he was still alive. And no help was called for him. No ambulance, no nothing. It was unfortunate. Fucking lunatic. no, no, and no. So he was right there in his house. There was no first help. Like if he had some bleeding going on, anything like that, you call an ambulance, you're gonna get your first help and you're gonna help stabilize that person. Nothing of this fits. Nowhere does he has an evidence. He actually tried to help him. Maybe he called an ambulance, maybe he didn't. However, he did not provide a first help, which would have played a major role in his survival. Yeah. Again. Yeah, the Italy is doing very poor job in it. And that is everything. That is everything about the articles. So thank you for staying this long. I mean, nobody watched this stream, however. I'm gonna take a pause, about I think 20 minutes, and then I'll be back for the remainder, for the Twitter and for one IGN laughing time. So stay tuned. Oof. My throat is dead. Let's wrap this up. My throat has healed hopefully enough for me to handle the last few things we have to go through. Then we're gonna cut it. We've been streaming for about 3 hours. Pretty decent stream, pretty good stream. I think in the other half after the first break my quality of commentary went quite a bit down. However, it is what it is. We still had enough content from the first half. I did make some strong statements on the Italian one. Definitely something I'm quite, don't want to say emotional, however, quite invested in. So let's head right into it. As I said, I'm not sure if this is a Twitter bazaar. This first post is definitely not Twitter bazaar, but something I wanted to talk about. Football won today, and I agree. So this is from the official Spanish player, I believe, Lamine Yamal. No, it's not. It's Paradia. So it's Paradia. It's Paradia account actually. It's Paradia, of course. Why did I expect otherwise? Who knows? But yeah, Spain won, and I'm very happy about that. Well deserved. England has had no business being in the finals. They should have been kicked out by the Slovakians. Unfortunately, Slovakians crumbled last minute, and yeah, the English managed to then slip their way into the finals yet again, same as 2020. In neither of those instances they deserve to get so far. Italy managed to take down the penalties. Unfortunately, they had a training arc on the penalties since Euros 2020, so they took out, I believe it was Switzerland on penalties. They scored all 5. However, Spain managed to take them down in the main 90 minutes and win. And Messi also won. He got wounded. He got injured in the 60th minute, so he did not finish the entire game, but hey, he won. And that's yet another trophy to his closet. And I think Messi probably played much better than Ronaldo. And I think it's unironic because I mean, I remember I watched Ronaldo and like his coach simply did not have balls to take him off. Like it was visible that he simply did not have enough endurance. He did not have enough in his. Well, he did not have enough stamina to actually be at 100% or any sort of percentage that could make an impact, and that cost probably Portugal. So yeah, that's the thing I wanted to say. And now I wanted to talk about the celebrities who like to signal. They like to say, "Oh yeah," they come out of coma and suddenly say, "Oh yeah, go England, go England." Neither, and I mean neither of these celebrities. I saw neither of these celebrities talk about England before. Unless they reach the finals, they never talk about England. Fake merchants. I'm not gonna even play it because I would get copy strike probably. Or I would have copyright on the VOD and I don't want to do that. Besides, I mean, I don't even listen to that, so I don't really want to get copyright static for something I don't even listen to. Doja Cat's crowd is the best female rap crowd in history. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, going. Spain will win, and they won. Yes. She looks absolutely beautiful. Oh my god, these types of comment. No. Even this outfit, even this flag looks very... I don't want to say lower foot, but it kind of looks dirty, in my opinion. Kind of dirty. The dirty corset. She only has her panties on her. I mean... I mean, sure, if people like it, then sure, I don't have anything to say against it. I mean, hey, as long as it makes cash, then go you. However, that corset is like 4 out of 10. Not saying because it's not revealing or anything like that, but simply because it looks dirty and looks really ugly. And it's funny that there's a Great Britain flag when it's the England that is in the finals, and I believe that Scotland is voting for, Spain, Wales, maybe not, probably 50-50, and Northern Ireland also probably 50-50, almost Spain. Pretty much the entire Europe was rooting for Spain for that match. I'm gonna close it so you don't have to look at her. And one final thingy before we go on to the 3 semi-Twitter bizarre thingies. Mike Ukurak replies to Gay Never. We went all the way, Gay. Thanks for your support. Yeah, and this is the quote for Gay Never. I think he is one of the reasons Spain probably can go all the way. Well, to be fair, he caused one of the English goals because he is defending allowed a one attacker from England to split them open on the top. I believe it was top right hand side, and was able to make cross, which would eventually get to the Cole Palmer and he would score. I think it was the case. I maybe I haven't mixed up, but I think he did he moved out of his position and he was the bomb, which caused the English goal. I believe that's what happened. Maybe I haven't mixed up though. And now we finally go into the Twitter business. So let's go. I want to hear any comments here. Let's go to the Twitter business. So we got awesome to see racism is alive and well on your platform, Elon. And this is from my account. I hypocrite. I have not looked at what sort of post he does, and we're gonna check it right away. Woman moment. So first up, we're gonna take a look on the woman moment. What is that big woman moment that he's talking about? You just heard my headphones. The music should be, background music is muted. So we're gonna play it and we're gonna take a look. Just what was that big woman moment?
ですけど、いろんな肌の色の色をした人がいるのがすごく当たり前、すごいいいなっていうふうに思って、日本でも今はびっくりしている状況だけど、もうちょっとそれが当たり前のことになって、違うことをいいねっていうふうに思えるようになればいいことがあるんですけど。
So, you might be asking, where is that woman moment? Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't find it either. So basically, she was in Paris and thought it was very nice or cool to see people with a lot of skin pigment colors running around. And she said it would be nice to see Japan like this. And he's like, I'm like, okay, that does not seem bad at all. I don't see problem with that. I mean, okay, Japan is experiencing a low birth rate, so I mean, it's not out of possibilities that they would, well, either they would adjust or they will have to import some of those people in to sustain the economy. However, that's not the point. The point is, she's saying, okay, I would like to see also more diversity in the Japan. I would like more to see more different people here. It would be cool. And here it's like woman moment. Like she does not say anything wrong. She doesn't even say she wants fucking. I don't even know like what could be so fucking triggering for the people. Like she said, I went to Paris. I liked it there. There were a lot of people with different skin pigments, and I would like to see more of them in Japan. It would be cool. I don't see anything wrong with that quote, with that sentence. But apparently there was something wrong with it. So we're gonna take a look and just what does he post. And of course my Twitter message is just gonna show up randomly. Thank you, Elon. Thank you for thank you for showing my the people I chat with. But it is whatever. Doesn't matter much. I'm gonna cut it out. You're gonna probably I'm gonna cut it out probably from both the VODs and the video if this makes video. Anyways, enough of ending. Let's see. I hypocrite. An ongoing treatise on the human condition. Okay. Joined 2010. I see. Why has it become wrong to not want people to walk into country illegal? Your ancestors rooted $45 trillion of wealth in my ancestor homeland, killed 49 million people over 9 famines, which had richer altered our epigenetic makeup, forced 3.8 million of our people to fight in World War I and II. So yeah, you can fuck right off area. I mean, yeah, that's a fair point. That's a very fair point that the colonial nations have massively exploited those African countries. Like people say they built their culture, they built their some sort of order. Yeah. And they also took out a lot of gold and a lot of natural resources in exchange. Do you think that's an equal exchange, guys? Uh-huh. Oh yeah, that it's still way too soon. This is too soon. Who need they declausing? OMG me, I don't know what this means. Sometimes I don't want to know that. Very doomer like. Surrogate claims gay dads told her to terminate pregnancy at 24 on finding out she had aggressive cancer and banned her from having baby premature on putting it up for adoption because they didn't want their DNA out there. Okay. Okay, so he seems to be posting a lot. Like, he seems to have Twitter as his life. Like, Twitter is his life, because I'm gonna check just how much he posted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Sensitive material, I'm not clicking on that. Alright, I'm clicking on it, but I'm gonna be right back soon. What's this? Oh my god. Well, I mean, it's not that bad, but it's Sojak doing something to something other. Between likes, that's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24. Oh yeah, I should probably also... You know what? I'm gonna click on this and I'm gonna react to this as well. 4, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. So about 38 posts in one day. Bro, like, I don't believe this is... Like, is he even sleeping? Like, this must be run by more than one human. Like, I don't believe this is run by one human. Because if it is, then bro, get a life. But no, this is run by at least 2 or more people. Because... Like, if it was correct, then he was posting or reposting once per every hour. Like, he had no sleep at all. Nice, nice, bro. So let's check the... I'm gonna click on this and check the comments. Remember when this account wasn't blatantly racist, LMAO? I see nothing wrong with this, indeed. So, other skin is bad, you are all pathetic losers in an echo chamber, indeed. The original poster is desperate engagement farmer with no talent, and no, you don't actually know what I think about any of these issues. What's wrong? Indeed, what is wrong? This is why our ancestors keep them locked up in the house, indeed. Unfortunately, now they can talk from the basement. Well, they can post from basement. She's looking for tomorrow. Yeah, and... an isolated incident. Well, if we didn't know you were racist already, then this conference diversity brings in diversity of thought, something that can revolutionize and improve the way things are done. Just look at the sciences and how much was learned from groups passing knowledge. Indeed. Pure evil in this comment section, disheartening to know so many view their fellow man as well as all due to a skin color. Indeed. Yep. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Well, this is sad. A Japanese woman who thinks racial diversity is nice, and the Japanese purists who are white dudes living in Wyoming think she's a moron not wanting it. Okay, Japan, please don't make our same mistake. Every country that has given women the right to vote has been destroyed. Of course, women vote with their heart. I cannot say what I'm thinking right now. However, I'm gonna say two things. First up, you have a Imperium Romanum profile picture. You worthless piece of swine. You worthless piece of human fucking garbage. Fucking piece of gothic filth. Okay, that's very I mean, okay, I just got a little bit enraged. But yo, people like this are joke. People who blatantly use Roman Empire as some sort of their inspiration, and you are using it completely incorrectly. Roman goddamn Empire was the peak of inclusion. There were people of many cultures in the Roman Empire, and the color made no difference. Well, at least not until Severus Augustus took place in 190, and then we heard some accounts about him not being a little bit confused about some soldiers with a different skin pigment. But until then, well, that was also mostly because Christianity was also taking over the Roman Empire, unfortunately. The Roman, the paganic Roman, they did not give a damn about the color of your skin pigment, no. All they gave a damn about was you paying taxes. That was it. Pay taxes, you can do whatever you want. You're the boss here. As long as you don't actively try to destroy our empire. Yeah, that was Rome. Pay taxes and you can express your culture, period. Just like the Mongol Empire. Just like even the Mongols. But as long as you paid Mongols the tribute, they didn't care. Usually, obviously. There are exceptions are everywhere. I hope all of you understand. Voting with heart. Are you serious? What's wrong with voting with your heart, for God's sake? Oh yeah, so we should be heartless creatures. Doesn't that sound quite a bit dystopian to you guys? That we should be voting cold-heartedly? That we should be voting for what is right? Yeah. Because the people want it, apparently. Yeah, the people want it. Oh yeah, only those people without heart. And eventually it will be the party wants it. Yeah, the party will want it. Yeah, quite dystopian, don't you think? That makes them feel good, not what is best for the country. No. No. But you know what is best for the country? If you are so butthurt about migrants, you know what would be better? Then it would be best if you would create an economic system that would be elastic against population decline. Of course, people like you would simply whip out some sort of legislation and said, alright, women now has to have 4 children. Every woman has to have 4 children. If she denies, then I would put a baby into her womb. We don't care. Yeah, this is something like people like him would do. Of course, they're gonna say they wouldn't do that. No, they would do that. Like, put them near an population collapse and they will impose it. They will goddamn impose it. Because they are complete failure as a man. They are failure as a man who spend their life on Twitter and type this shit. No wonder you don't have a girlfriend. No wonder you do not have a children. Because you're such a failure that dares to fucking smear the name of a great empire that used to rule Mediterranean region. Rome was great empire. You are a nothing but a little ant who's smearing the name of a glorious history. A glorious history that it's declaring. A glorious history from which we should learn about the human corruption, about how different religions caused the downfall of Rome. Because in the end, those Christians, they talk about how young men got soft, how these men got softer, how the generation is getting softer. Well, I'm gonna tell something to you. When Christianity became more and more popular and more powerful in the realm, a lot of people were now becoming some sort of monks. They were basically becoming anything just so they could avoid a military service. Yes, they were avoiding service for their empire. Do not ever talk about fucking weak generations. It was you who invented it. It was you. Yeah, it was you who then only put like 1,000 soldiers to defend the last emperor of the Western Roman Empire. It was your unwillingness to fight that caused the downfall of the Roman Empire. It were the Christians. So do not ever dare to talk about weak generations, because not you directly, but your religion was one of the first, if not the first, who created a weak generation. Your religion created weaklings. There you go. An empire that managed to recruit 80,000 men, lose those 80,000 men, then recruit more thousands of men, tens of thousands of men more. Yeah, that empire then couldn't muster up even 10,000 soldiers to defend the emperor against Odoacer, or whatever was his name of that Ostrogoth. So yeah, I hate people when they refer to the Roman Empire. Most of these people have no clue about what the Roman Empire was. No, they just see us as a cool empire with cool, symbols and stuff like that. Pagan Roman Empire was the peak. The Christian Roman Empire was the downfall. As well as a lot of infighting. Which is something that the humans have not learned from, by the way, so yeah. And yes, the pagans have mastered one more large force. I believe it was around 300, late 300s. And they were beaten by the Christians, and this was the end of the pagan Romans. I forgot what was the battle called, however, yeah, it was the final last stand of the pagan Romans. Afterwards it was only Christians, and even then Christian emperors ruled Rome. After the Constantine the Great defeated I think it was a pagan emperor near Rome, yeah. It was when they adopted the pretty iconic insignia or flag or whatever you call it. So, this was quite a bit of a rant. Yeah. Racial purists. Anyways, my biracial ass is actually in Japan right now. I'm sorry for ruining the racial purity here. No. No. I hope this is meant ironically, otherwise Hmm. Oh, that's such a great comment, Kappa. Oh yeah. Why doesn't she live in countries like that? I mean, yeah, she can. And Japan can go extinct. Of course, no, those people, oh yes, they are definitely pro, mandate women to have children. Definitely not because of your government, because of your own social structure is a complete failure. Yeah, definitely not because of that. Way more advanced, They got a stagflation in the 90s. That's something that people never talk about. Yeah, Japan was on its way to become the biggest. How they got a stagflation. Living in the future. Yeah, I saw those Japanese flats. I saw those miniature miniature flats. That was dystopian, if anything, bro. That was Matrix like. Basically living in tiny amounts of space. You were nothing but a resource. Yeah, that's the advance and living in the future, huh? No, people only look at the technology. They do not look at the people. So stupid. Stupid. This just proves that racial diversity seeks only to destroy diversity. What? What? Roman Empire lasted for over 1,000 years. They included a lot of diverse cultures. Of course, how to spot a racist? Oh yeah. Like I believe they even have Numidians. And I believe Numidians used to be black. Let's see. The ancient Numidians black. Numidians inhabited near Mediterranean coast, so they were like white. It's also possible with the genetically Numidian, there are many types, although with some of which with darker skin. So they were probably mixed then with darker skin. Oh. Okay, so they were tanned, but I mean, hey. Tanned is still darker than white, so. 1,000 years of this, when all humans are 1% of everything, what diversity will be left? What? What is he on? You will not be able to see Japan different than that of a Nigeria. It will be inhabited by the same people. Have more children? Like, what else do you want me to say? Have more children, for fuck's sake. Oh yes, your social culture is completely useless, is completely destroyed. People don't want to have children. Simply because they don't want their children to be workers. That's the problem. Like every people who want to be parents want their children to be secured, to have a better future than they have, or at least the same future. Please tell me Assad injured. Please tell me it's not Assad, the Syrian president. Please don't. Probably yes. It will be inhabited by the same people. Nigeria, Japan, Brazil, USA, England, Albania, Slovakia, Finland, Sami, Siberia, Russia, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Oman, Yemen, Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, Malawi, Burundi, Chad, Niger, Cameroon, Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, Morocco, Angola, Botswana, South Africa, Madagascar, Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, Nepal, Bhutan, China, Mongolia, and on and on and on are occupied by the same fucking people, you moron. They are of the same fucking race. Humans are singular race. There is no other race, only us. That is the reason why we cannot move forward, because people simply need to have conflict. They need to have conflict in their heart. They need to somehow put themselves as being unique. So they choose their skin pigment to be unique. This is a joke of an argument. We are the same fucking race, period. The neoliberal among you might say cultural diversity would remain, but it totally ignores the fact that a lot of these cultural differences are from genetic variation in the first place. What genetic variation you talking about? You fucking... What is he fucking talking about? Tell me please, what is he talking about? What sort of genetic variation? You're literally talking about skin pigment. Like people from Nigeria don't grow tentacles. People from Japan do not grow wolf ears. People from America do not fucking grow second penis. We all have the same fucking body. The only difference is fucking skin pigment and abilities we gain over our lives. That's it. That is the fucking difference. There's no fucking genetic difference, you stupid little monkey. Japan is Japanese because Japanese are a certain way. They are culture, you mongoloid. And you think this culture is going to go away? The culture can only go away if the new people are not integrated into that culture. That now depends on the government now, isn't it? Now, doesn't it? As long as the government push for a integration and that integration is correct and is successful, then the new people will be integrated into Japanese culture and will become Japanese. He will be part of that culture, he will be part of the traditions, and his descendants will also be Japanese and part of that culture. However, these people simply cannot buy that they could see black Japanese doing Japanese cultural stuff. That's it. That's the only reason. They cannot stand it. That's period. Period. They cannot stand it. Like you could see that on the Assassin's Creed Shadows. They could not stand fucking black guy being the main character. I worry about the story because I know the story is going to be absolute trash. They worry about this skin pigment color of the main character. That's the difference between us. It's just... You are straight up saying the same stuff Hitler said, and you don't even feel weird saying it? Bro is posting paragraphs on Twitter. I mean, yeah, that's also... I mean, it's not that wrong. Oof, 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 oof. Oof, 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 oof. Tell me how the Americas and Australia looked like a couple of centuries ago. Oh, no, no, no. Those Europeans who came there, they bring in the advance, they bring in the technology. We do not talk about what happened to the indigenous people who all died on illnesses. Oh no, that was just a bad accident. Yeah, it was a bad accident. Those, technological advanced Europeans should thought about it. Maybe people in other worlds will have a different reactions to their illnesses. However, why did they not thought about it? Yes, because they treated illnesses. They simply asked God to heal them. That's it. Or they medicus. However, they did not brought any medicus along. Or much of these medicus, so obviously those natives died. But yeah, a good portion of the illnesses was treated with Christian healthcare, which was not good. Yeah. So, some of you might say that this proves his point, no? That the foreigners simply went there and destroyed it. In one term, yes, it does. In other term, let's see. It's 21st century. The religion is no longer that much relevant. Unfortunately, Christians are trying to be relevant again. They are trying to push these agendas. Ironically, they are one of the most guilty of crashing the enemy cultures. And let me be completely honest. Those people are moving here because of things the ancestors of our, well, not mine ancestors. My ancestors had nothing to do with slavery, but ancestors of some of them did. Well, not of them, because they would be rich. Some of the European wealthy ancestors simply exploited those countries. They caused famines there. And that's the reason why so many of them are moving. That's the reason why so many of these countries are still lagging behind, because Europe, America probably not. America is probably sending them out, although there might be instances, but whatever. Generally, America is sending out. Because Europe, Russia, and China exploit these countries to this day. Those countries are lagging behind because they are not allowed to use their natural resources. They were not allowed to use them to enrich themselves, to get a proper technology out, to have enough money to create good cities, good education for their people. That is the reason. But I'm just ranting at this point. I'll probably gonna even cut this out because people would argue that, yeah, they would now argue, yeah, that the Europeans, yeah, they are the prime reason why it cannot happen. Stupid. But you're gonna see this rant on bots, unfiltered. However, I'm gonna try to edit it to sound at least a little bit coherent. And yes, Dr. Peterson. So, let's read it. Hey, new Nazi threats, anonymously trumpeting your anti-Semitism doesn't rescue you from your mother's basement, or from your demon of resentment, or make you more attractive to the women who take one look at you and shudder, and right to a bloody soul. You are despicable bottom-rung cowards, using Gaza, Hamas as a camouflage for your detestable cluster B psychopathy, narcissism, Machiavellianism, And of course, sadism. I've got your number, you pathetic tantrum toddlers. You don't even have the courage of genuine bullies. You Cheeto dust covered sweat stained t-shirt that hide behind your mommy's skirt scum. This curse is wasted on you. Damn. Damn. He must be really pissed off that his daughter banged Andrew Tate. That was mean. However, I mean, that's her fault. I mean, that people actually are even talking about that. They're actually memeing this. Like, I think I saw a video of it saying she went to the Romania. That wouldn't, to visit Andrew Tate. That wouldn't be anything out of ordinary. Like, yeah, because people with their point of, well, not interest, but points of political points, simply, yeah, they do meet and, yeah, and circle jerk about their opinion. However, she said, nothing sexual happened. But the entire, you just gave an ammunition to the entire internet. Of course, we're gonna make fun of you. But yeah, this is a pathetic with the loser post. This is a very loser post by him. I remember he used to be talking a lot about mental health, about what males should do to be more attractive, and to see him say stuff like this. Yeah, do not trust these people. Never trust these people. Anyone who says he can better you, or he knows how you can better yourself. Some years are gonna pass and you're gonna see him or her type this shit. Just don't believe these people. Better yourself. You have all the fragments, you just need to put them together. Work hard. Study hard. Work out. Have a healthy lifestyle. It is not that hard. And even if you are unlucky on getting a partner, come on. Don't think about partner. Think about yourself. It is only about you. Getting partner is not the end goal. It is about you being happy and being a successful and being rich. Most importantly, about being rich. Your end goal in life should be becoming rich, so you can control your own fate. If you manage to find your fated soul on the way, that's only the better. That's only better. If you cannot, well, you're gonna be rich and you're gonna have much more opportunities to look for. And I'm not gonna let this opportunity pass to repeat myself. Netanyahu, Yahya of Hamas, the leader of Hamas, as well as the officers, have to be tried and also convicted. And some of them, should be given pretty hefty sentences. Like, this is pathetic. This is pathetic. Somebody who calls himself doctor and writes something like this. Yeah, doctor. Like, at this point, I do kind of agree with the Canadian government's decision to actually have him re-educated, because, like, this is not how doctors should behave. Doctors should be always dignified, no matter how hard it is for you, no matter how under the dog you are. You always have to keep professionalism. Professionalism above all. Seriously, a disgrace of a doctor. And he used to be talking a lot about, you know, males getting their life together and stuff like that. He was trying to be very not relatable, but he really tried to sound like he wants to help these young males and whatever. And yeah, sometimes later you see him post this. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. I mean, no, I did not watch him. That I saw some of his videos though. However, I did see that he used to be active on Twitter a lot, even back like 3 years ago when I watched some of his videos. So I knew, even back then, I knew that, yeah, like something like this is going to happen. If you have people who post on social media way too often, then you know that one day they're gonna write shit like this. So, not really surprised. A pathetic look for a man who's probably pissed at his daughter or whatever that woman is to him. Yeah, kinda spread her legs. I mean, maybe I'm gonna make a video about her as well. And maybe it's going to be video. Maybe it's going to be talking about on stream and just having fun. Probably the latter. But yeah, Jordan B. Peterson, massive L for him on this one. Israel, Gaza, their leaders and officials and officers, they have to be tried on war crimes. No blind spots, full transparency. Justice has to be served for all the people that have suffered. Firstly, from the Israeli who've been so viciously murdered on October 7th or November 7th. I'm not sure which month it was. And then these Gazan or Palestinian civilians who've been dying because of this prolonged warfare. So yeah. Next up we got... You know what, I'm gonna skip this probably because we already talked about Adolf on Twitter Bizarre, so I'm gonna skip this, but yeah. Just a common Reddit L is everything I'm gonna say to it. Common Reddit L. What else is there to say? Yes, we got... oh yeah, MAGA 2024 and post from MAGA 2024 guy. So, Secret Service agents before DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and after DEI. So here we see a guy with a very long rifle. I hope he's not overcompensating for something. And we see a lady with a handgun here. And here the guy is adding a context. The guy on the left is a counter sniper. They are the ones who are specifically supposed to stop exactly this and fucked up. Indeed. The woman on the right is doing close protection. She's supposed to stop somebody who has a knife or whatever. She did her job fine. That MAGA guy was probably referring about that some woman did not jump on Donald and was not covering him with her entire body. I'm not sure if I think I saw that they were all covering it. Maybe there was a error. Who knows? However, the point here stands very clear. Yes, the guy on the left is a counter sniper, and they fucked up. This is a mess up of the special services, but also mess up of the snipers. How did they not see a guy with a fucking rifle going on a rooftop? Like, that guy should have been eliminated the moment he stepped on that rooftop, period. Like, this is the fuck up from the snipers. They did not see it, but they were defending that they were, looking to outer threats. Like, they were like 300 meters and further off. However, come on, like 100 meters. Like, you cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. Like, you will see him with your bare eyes. Like 100 meters is not that far away. Like this is a fuck up of the left. And the left, I don't mean the political left, but of the snipers. Panic. Of course they fucking panic and fear. Like a former president of the United States and the current presidential candidate got shot at. Like, I don't want anyone here to say that. Like, they don't, like, of course I do feel for her. Like none of them expected any of this. Like, of course they're gonna have fear and panic on their faces. The right one is in a situation taking live gunfire from an unknown assailant. The left one is posing for a photo OP. For a photo OP. Yep. Yeah, that also, like, she has to take those shots. Like, of course you're gonna sense fear when you have to take shots from someone. Like, this is not... Like, any sane person, any normal person is going to have fear. It is up to him to overcome that fear. I would have to take a look on that shot once again, and I'm too bored. Maybe I'm gonna post the video of it, and maybe I'm gonna add some context to it. If it's correct that she did some mess up, she specifically, then yeah, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna post it. I'm gonna add it to the video. If not, then you won't see the edit. But yeah, they are for the close protection, obviously. Bill Akmani posted, if Bill has a thing for muscular white guys with big guns, he should work that out on Grindr instead of complaining about DEI. I believe it is an Accuracy International AXSR, which is about 12K. I mean, yes, they reacted very fast. However, that shot should have never happened. He was 100 meters away. Like, that shot should have never happened. Or like 200 meters away. Does not make much of a difference. Like, you still can see it with your bare eyes. Again, like, if somebody shoots at your chief of... If somebody shoots at your president, of course you're gonna have a fear. I'm not sure if this... Is this a... No, this is not Donald's ass. I think she's checking his medical condition, because this is a special service agent, this is special service agent, this is special service agent, they are on Donald. Like, she seems to be checking on him if he's okay, if he can hear. She's checking on him if he's shot. For God's sake, use your goddamn brain. Like, this is not so hard to do. She's checking on him. She couldn't even holster a gun on my skin. I mean, like, these people are incredibly scared. Somebody just shot at a VIP that was supposed to protect. Like, do you fucking understand how big of a psychological hit is that for you? So yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, again, checking on it. Did anyone point it out? Of course, but yeah. I mean, you cannot explain it to these people. He's already now covered by the FBI, CIA, or whatever these guys are. She's probably checking on his condition. Like, look at her hand. She's probably... Like, this looks like a hand of someone who's speaking. She's speaking to him if he's okay. If he got hit. And she's probably telling him what they're gonna do. That they're gonna stand up and they're gonna move him back to the vehicle, to the safety of vehicle, which probably is bulletproof. But no, you cannot tell that to these people. They do not see women jumping on you, covering you. Of course, she's not doing her job correctly. Jesus, these people cannot use brain. And look at it. Yeah. Look at it. Get it close. Yeah. Look at the finger here. Yeah. It's really close. Like something. She has it on the place. She's ready. She is fucking ready to pull the trigger. She's checking her surroundings. If somebody pulls out the weapon, she already has the weapon equipped in her left hand. Yeah. She has left hand equipped and she's just scanning. Somebody pulls out weapon. Bang bang, she's quicker. And dead. Like, this is completely fine. Of course, she doesn't has her finger on the trigger. Yeah, on the trigger. Like, she doesn't have to now. She has the weapon out and she's more than ready to react. Obviously, she's stressed out, so she doesn't put that finger inside the trigger. She doesn't do that. Because, I mean, in stressful situations like this, it is possible you may just blank out for a second and suddenly you pull the trigger, you shoot and panic. Like, there will be panic among those Secret Service agents. This is completely fine because you aim and just how as you aim, you put your finger right into the hole. That's a muscle movement. That's a muscle memory. You aim, you shoot. Like, this is not insecurity. This is completely fine. But hey, try to tell them to that. I feel sorry for them. I really feel sorry for them because this is a mess up of the scouting party. They did not see someone who was quite literally 200 meters away on a fucking open rooftop. This is a failure of the scouting party and people will be blaming these people. They did their job. They covered him. They protected him with their own bodies. But they're gonna get shit. Really, I feel sorry for them. And now to the final course. Well, not the final course. I'm gonna check Twitter because somebody might have just replied to me. Give me a moment. I'm just gonna reply. Wait, have we been streaming for hours? Well, we've been streaming for fuck. We've been streaming about 4.5 hours. So my throat is pretty much destroyed. Damn, I've been ranting him for a while. Okay. Even though I complain about my throat being disturbed, when I have an option to rant, I just rant. And I rant for a long while, don't I? Oh well, at least I'm gonna have a lot of content to cut down. Oh. Now, let's laugh at the IGN. The IGN masterpieces. So let's see what masterpieces IGN prepared to us. I think most of them will be very vanilla, although I think we're gonna find some pearls in there as well. Let's see. The Elden Ring Shadow of Erdtree. No, that's not a 10 out of 10 DLC. Performances issues. The bosses were, some were good, some were very good, and they were mediocre bosses, so no, that's not 10 out of 10. Stardew Valley, never played it. There's a lot of mods on it. I would have to try it out, but I cannot tell you. Asgard's Wrath 2, I've never heard of this game before. Baldur's Gate 3 sounds, from what I see, it looks like a very good 9 out of 10 game. Like very strong 9 out of 10. However, it's not a 10 out of 10 game. Legend of Zelda, never played Legend of Zelda, and I don't plan to. People say it's the best Nintendo has to offer, so maybe not. Resident Evil 4, the original Resident Evil 4, very strong game. Is it a masterpiece though? I mean, when it dropped, I think yes. When it dropped, I think it could have been 10 out of 10. Or extremely close to 10 out of 10. I mean, I've saw this game. I saw people play this game and it looked very good. I'm gonna actually check when it released and I'm gonna Resident Evil 4 because I mean I know the graphics. 2005. Yep, 10 out of 10. That's a 10 out of 10 game. Okay, that is a masterpiece. I'm gonna give it to them. That is a masterpiece game. Dead Cells Return to Castlevania, never played it. Metroid Prime Remastered, I would love to play Metroid one day, so I cannot tell you if this is a masterpiece or not. Dwarf Fortress, somehow I doubt it. Probably a very good game, but not a masterpiece, but maybe I'm wrong. Pentiment, I have no idea. Oh, we're getting here. Perfect, so. God of War Ragnarok, I think that is a, I don't know, maybe not. Masterpiece, I would have to buy it. I watched the original game, the original of the new series, and I think that was a very strong game. Ragnarok, I've not played it. I have not seen any sort of let's plays on it, so I cannot tell you. But I could imagine it's a strong 9 or 9 out of 10 at least. Elden Ring, no, and Elden Ring is not a masterpiece. It is not a 10 out of 10 game. Repetitive bosses, also recycling of boss fights into regular enemies, and the raider areas, one of the endgame areas, the snowy area, for example, from what I've seen, needed more cooking. And even the area which you go to the Malenia fight also needed much more cooking, so no, not 10 out of 10 game. Very good game, not that masterpiece. Forza Horizon 5, I don't know, I saw some Horizon 5, no. Nah. Can you even play Forza Horizon 5 or is it turned off? I know one game, I think it was The Crew maybe, got turned off and people cannot even play it, not even offline more. Deathloop, nope, not even close. That's like 8 out of 10 game at most. Disco Elysium, Spelunky, I don't know, neither of these. Crusader Kings 3, you're joking now. You're absolutely joking. Good game, 8 out of 10 most. it needs again, this game probably has a lot of DLCs by this point. I'm gonna check it right away, actually. So, Crusader Kings 3. Oh my god, those prices are outrageous. So how many Crusader 3 DLCs are there? So, buy Crusader Kings 3 collection bundle. Your price, 143 euros. No, that's not a 10 out of 10 game, that's not even 9 out of 10 game. Hearts of Iron for Europa Universes for all of them are 8 out of 10 games. Simply because all of these games had numerous DLCs adding content that could have been added for free. Well, I understand they do need to make money somehow. However, in the Hearts of Iron 4 case, you quite rich only make focuses. And sometimes you add some minor game changes. Sometimes it's something major like adding intelligence trees or adding or making a bit more complex plane builder or navy builder. However, as I said, that sounds more like a at most $10 DLC for something really chunky like new game mechanics. However, $5 under at most for like focus days, because like you don't need that much time to think. You just sit together. You think, okay, what do we need? What do we know? Like those, it is World War II. Like it's not that far away. Microsoft Flight Simulator. I don't know. I mean, you probably can do a lot of funny stuff there, but it's a 10 out of 10 game. I cannot. The Last of Us Part 2, I think it is a good game, very good game, and its goal was to split the audience, which it did perfectly. So in that sense, it is masterpiece. In other sense, in story-wise, it was a little bit of an edgelord dream wet dream at some parts of the game, so that closed it down. And there were instances where the physics of the game were very, how to say, were very fuck me, the word, not fuck me, not like, no. The word, what is the word? They were not, consistent, yes, consistent. The physics were not consistent. You could do a very detailed harm to the dogs. However, you could not have harmed a sheep. Yes, quite literally. You could have did a massive amounts of hurt or harm to the dogs. However, you could not harm a sheep. Why? Like, what is the difference? You did so much effort to have a ultra realistic game with ultra realistic physics and actions, or just how people and animals would act on that harm, and then you just don't do that for some other animals. I don't quite understand it. So that was a lack of consistency. So I mean, this is not a 10 out of 10 game. Plus those edgelord moments, but hey, who cares? Well, I care. I mean, I don't get that much to give it. I'd say it's still like a high 8 out of 10, maybe 9 out of 10 game. Overall, it's probably 9 out of 10. So yeah, there you go. Overwatch. No. No. 8 out of 10. Overwatch is like 8 out of 10. Persona 5 Royal. I heard good things about Persona Royal. Whether it is a masterpiece or not, I would have to play it. Half-Life Alex. I heard a lot of good things about Alex. So that is possible. Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm gonna see it myself. I'm gonna play it on the stream eventually. And we're gonna see. Super Mario Odyssey, well, Mario games are legendary, so it's possible. Inside, I have no idea what that is. Celeste, The Witness, Undertale, Legend of Zelda, I know neither of these three. And Zelda, once again, never played, and I don't plan on getting Nintendo. GTA 5 is an excellent game, however, it's not a 10 out of 10 game. 9 out of 10, not 10 out of 10. It's not a masterpiece. God of War, I would have to play it myself. The Last of Us is not a masterpiece, it's a very good game, probably also close to 9 out of 10, if not 9 out of 10. Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain is like 8 out of 10, maybe 9 out of 10. If I were to ever actually finish it, although it gets quite repetitive, although I mean it's a soldier game, it's an army game, so obviously it's going to get repetitive. Pokemon, I don't know, maybe not. I mean, I don't have high thoughts about Pokemon anime, so there you go. Soul Calibur, a very well-known series, maybe, could be. Zelda again, Super Mario, Mario Golf, SNK versus Capcom, I don't know what it is though. Pokemon again, Pokemon, Magical Tetris Challenge, Sonic the Hedgehog, could be. Legend of Zelda, Pokemon, Zelda, Dragon Quest, Chrono Trigger, Pac-Man, Metal Gear Solid 4, that is possible. I mean, I heard good things about the Metal Gears before 5. I mean, 5 was also a very good game, however, I heard even better things about all the Metal Gear entries. Red Dead Redemption, Undead Nightmare are somehow doubted. GTA 4, 9 out of 10 game, very good game. It's a more story-based game. I mean, you still can do a lot of chaos there, so I don't know why people were so much disliking it. It even had 2 DLCs, the Lost and the Damned, which people do not really like much. Personally, I don't really mind the DLC, I think it's pretty decent. And I find enjoyment in playing it. However, I do also like the Ballad of Gay Tony more. So there you go. Much more good weapons. Funnier weapons and stuff like that. But yeah, like GTA 4, it's 9 out of 10. It's not a masterpiece. Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception. I never finished any Uncharted game, although I heard they are very good. But I think it would be probably also 9 out of 10. Zelda. So realistically, like only one of these games is probably 10 for me. For you, maybe more games. However, for me, if I'm going to try to be objective, then I cannot find many 10 out of 10 games here. Most of these games are excellent, however, not masterpiece. There's a difference between being an exceptional, excellent piece of game and between being a masterpiece. Masterpiece is above excellent and exceptional. Masterpiece is masterpiece. And this is it. We made it to the end. Somehow my throat is feeling better than it was halfway through the stream, despite me going on rants on Twitter. Well, it is Twitter, so of course I'm gonna probably rant. Are there any comments to this? Okay, nobody commented on it, so we're gonna give IGN a pass. I miss games like all the Dooms, Wolfensteins, some strategy games. Like neither of these are in the masterpiece article. They just put a bunch of popular games in and call it masterpieces. And some indie games. game like Hades has better price here than goddamn Deathloop or Overwatch. Whilst this article is not a complete joke, I could laugh at, it's definitely not a good article. Pretty medium, pretty mediocre. Like, where are the strategies? Where are the old school Doom games? Old school Wolfenstein games? Oh, you could even add fucking The Elder Scrolls to Daggerfall there if you want. Or maybe Morrowind. Morrowind would probably fit here better than, I don't know. Yeah, then Deathloop, then Elden Ring. Well, not Elden Ring, people would be shitting on me for this, however, hey. The oldest game here seems to be the Resident Evil 4. And they probably added it here because they love the remaster or the remake. Who knows? I don't know. I think this is the oldest game. Maybe some Super Mario games though. Or Super Mario games or the Sonic the Hedgehog actually. However, yeah. The fact there's no Doom, Wolfenstein, no strategy games, like I give this playlist of masterpieces a solid 5 out of 10. Pretty mid. So this is everything I wanted to talk about. Hope you enjoyed, and yeah, peace out. I never turned on the background music, but whatever. I'm glad that the lower thirds worked, that you get the pop-ups on stream to subscribe, and yeah. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. That is quite a bit. There's going to be a lot of content to cut down, and I'm gonna get to the work right away. Or maybe I'm gonna get a small pause, maybe watch one episode of Star Trek, and afterwards we're gonna go right into the editing. So I hope you enjoyed and have a good day. Peace out. I'm gonna let this stream play for at least 1 more minute, and then I'm gonna close it because Twitch sometimes cut the stream and the end of the stream, and sometimes some of my words I just cut it out. So I'm just gonna do this.